see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. From himself up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no tight on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out them crime through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in the army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. How long them gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them gonna take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them off the handle, but of the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause with them now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one who are crazy. They'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. They promise to put all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. The man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in the army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. From himself up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in the army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. How long them a know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a go take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Take them off the handle, but of the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one who crazy. Fight for the people.
Greetings and salutations, everybody.
Every day get criticized.
Welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
I saw you stay. Fight for the people.
It's really DJ Kevin still holding it down.
For the people.
You know how we do.
Criticize for the people every day.
The provost and the professor right here at your service.
The promise of all lies on him. I defend the people that set spice.
I want to say much love to everybody, please.
Like
We're inviting you to call a friend, tell a friend, friends of your friends, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, any enemies too. Call somebody, anybody, everybody. Let them know
people rely on him.
our time now.
Bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity.
I want to say blessings to everybody who was here early, those who are here just on time. A full broadcast here for you today, ready and well, rearing and ready to go.
Every day, defending your rights. I saw you stand and fight for the people.
As you can see, the provost is there.
Life
2 mics.
every day, get criticized for the people every day.
You know, when you're bossy, you're bossy. You know, I don't know.
Fight for the people every day. Risk your life for the people every day.
I'm just here, you know, 1 mic and do my one thing. Provost there with 2 mics.
People need to see the light.
But still fighting for the people every day.
Fight for the people every day. Risk your life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, well, fight for the people.
And Team Kangal, that is for later.
Every day, get criticized for the
Catch me at 8 o'clock
defending.
for the Saturday stew right after we've said good evening to y'all at the end of this program.
I defend the people them set spice for them. Evil politicians,
And you get reaching out inside the groove.
we know the bug of them not wise.
Yeah, man.
Them not no ties on him.
Blessings, Kayleen,
On him.
Isilda,
Send them bring out them Christ through.
Miranda,
Why all the people them respect him.
Sharon Clark, Artnell, blessings.
Rock you on the order.
So we'll go through the greetings and the salutations and all. We have a guest with us today who is ready to come on. But before we do so, let me be so bold as to introduce our main host, the provost.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know, I have those skills, you know, MC an event here and there. So
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Folks, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. It should be, by now, it should be called Reason with Rattigan and Kevin Steele, because every week we're here, both of us, to provide the information and the upliftment and the enrichment of our people. And so I'd like to welcome you again to this program. And we will continue to pray for our people because, believe me, they're under a lot of stress and strain, politically, diplomatically, socially, medically, and otherwise. So that's where we are. Now, our dear friend Elaine said I should put out my disclaimer saying the opinions that you hear today will belong to the individual presenters only, and are neither endorsed nor promoted by REGGAE Global Radio or the hosts. Tonight, well, I tell you what, we'll see what's going on tonight until the back end of the program, because we have a guest in studio, and when the Kevin and step off, I just want to make sure. Yeah. Okay. Last week, Saturday night, we had a humdinger of a program. Some of you got introduced to Rasta Rebel, or Rasta Ratti the Rebel.
Rasta Ratti himself.
Rasta the Rebel. Yes. I had So much fun, people. We could have gone on for hours. Until we could have, well, we got off wee hours of the morning, but we could have gone on much, 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 much longer. And I'm truly appreciative of the expressions of satisfaction. You guys enjoyed it, and we enjoyed doing it. And we look forward to doing it again sometime soon. We don't know when, but sometime soon. As some of you said, we really don't need guests on a Sunday. We could just come on and just play music and chat and have a good time. And to be honest with you, point well taken. Point well taken.
You know what they're really saying? What they're really saying, you know, is because you have a schizophrenic side and you show up with all these characters. We don't need a guest.
Yeah. And tonight will be no different. My people, look, if you're going to entertain, just entertain. You know, just do it and do it right. And you know, this program is not for entertainment, or this one is primarily educational. The one tonight is primarily, maybe we should say totally entertainment. And so whenever we suit up for that program, we suit up right, you know, we'll come out with the thing proper. So,
Correct.
There you go. We still have 10 minutes before we get our guests on. Let me just say, we have a dear family member, we mentioned it last week, who's in dire need of some financial support. And we're asking you, please, dig in your pocket. And if you can only put $1, $5, $10, whatever you can, it's going to be greatly appreciated, because this person needs help in the worst way. And we're not waiting on the Diaspora organization, any Diaspora organization or the government to help. We're going to do whatever we can to help our own. And if the government decides to jump in and help, we're not going to refuse it. A Diaspora organization jumps in and says, hey, we want to help, we're not going to refuse it. But we don't see that help forthcoming. So we're just going to have to just do what we do best. And that is to reach out to our people, connect with our people, so that we can take care of our people. Professor. Oh, somebody said, which one did you? Time and place for under the sun. Yes, Jeffrey. Good. Yes. No smoking. I don't smoke. It's just props, people. So it's all props. As most of you know, I don't smoke and I don't drink. So there you go. Yardy from Berlin, big up yourself. Big up yourself. All of you out there globally, big up yourself. Thanks for tuning in. We have a wonderful program for you tonight. And you know what? Let's just jump into where is it? Did we put it up yet, Kev?
Oh, actually, it didn't save. Oh, all right. Maybe I need to grab it on my side.
Our first guest, let me just
more entries while I pull it up.
Talk a little bit about our first guest. Our first guest, you know, we've been talking about diaspora organizations, and particularly ours, and the help that it should be providing. Well, last week, Sunday, I went to a function in the DMV. That's the DC, Maryland, Virginia area. And I connected with someone that I hadn't seen in like 10 years. And he was just asking, so what are you up to these days? Because since you've retired, and I explained to him. And one of the things I mentioned was being involved with this diaspora. Actually, this is actually the movement, but involved with it so that we can effect change for our people. And he suggested that I speak to this gentleman who's here with us today. His name is Max James. And Max, I haven't met Max in person, but we've spoken several times on the phone. Max is a businessman and an entrepreneur of note. And Max is affiliated with a Nigerian diaspora organization in the US. And I had a nice chat with him. Actually, a couple nice chats with him. He's extremely busy. And so I felt so appreciative of him taking time out of his busy schedule to chat with me. He didn't rush me or anything like that, even though I knew he was busy. And he gave me some invaluable advice as to how a diaspora organization should function. And then I went online and I started looking at Nigerian diaspora organizations because, as you know, one of our staunchest supporters in the diaspora, Mr. Patrick Beckford, he had done a study some time ago of diaspora organizations from different countries. One of them he looked at was Nigeria. And the findings were compared and contrasted with ours. They were astounding. Astounding in what they were doing and what we weren't doing. So I asked Max if he would be willing to join us today and just share some ideas with us as to the success of his diaspora organization. And when I say his, it's not his, but you know what I mean. You know, he's affiliated with it. And the things that they're doing, the things that they plan to do, and to get some best practices from him. Just so that the people who are running our diaspora organizations, the ones that are struggling, that they could have some takeaways from Max. And we're waiting for Max to join us. I just saw him a while ago. Maybe he's having
just done. So we'll just see if he rejoins.
Oh, they said he's oh, there he is. There he is. All right. We're a bit early, but you know what? Max, is it okay if we have you join us now? Max, can you hear me?
Just give us a thumbs up if you can hear us.
Okay. Oh, good. Okay. Can you join us now? We're a few minutes early, but can you join us now? Can't hear you.
Yeah, just
get some.
Yeah.
Well, look.
Okay, so we'll run through the presentation after.
Yeah, you want to do that, or you want to do the presentation now? Okay, we can just quickly run through it.
Yeah, we can quickly run through it.
All right, cool, good. All right. Now, Max, give us just a few. Let me just put this up. All right, folks, here it is, Rattigan University, all right? Okay, we have to say a few words.
Yes.
About this gentleman here. He's an icon in promoting one of Jamaica's products, which is reggae music. I've been listening to him way back in the 70s when he had some major hits. And in fact, he has a song called Life is Just for Living, and it won a prize I remember when I was growing up in Jamaica, it won a prize in Japan. Best song in a particular category, I believe. He passed. In fact, he was a client of mine up to his passing. And I was shocked because I thought, based on reports I received from those close to him and close to his bedside, that he would have recovered from whatever the ailment was. And then in a few hours, they said, no, he passed. Interestingly enough, I never met him in person, but I represented him based on our telephonic conversations and some things I had to do for him. Kevin, I think Kevin has met him because he's affiliated with Reggae Global Radio, and Jonah Marie and Ed, and of course, by extension, Kevin. So, Kevin, do you want to go ahead and say a few words about Ernie Smith?
Yeah. Really cool guy. Loves life. Both him and Claudette, his wife, I knew them personally, had the opportunity to get pretty close with them. As someone that I grew up listening to, it's really cool to know that you can call up somebody and just talk with them, you know. and I played for him for a few of his last performances, live performances. And Thursday night, I got the call. The moment I saw who it was that was calling me, I said, "Yep, that's it. This is the call." And that was when it happened. He transitioned, and so we keep his family up in prayers. Just the night before that, I played one of his songs that his son OJ was on, as a part of the recording that he did with him and Ron Machette, the three of them. And you know, Thursday night, here it is. But yes, we keep them in prayers, and we keep the tributes up. Yeah, we keep them coming. Provost.
Yeah, and next week, Saturday night, in a tribute to this gentleman, we're gonna dedicate the Saturday night program to Ernie Smith and also Pluto Shervington, who the genre similar, both of them engaging that genre of reggae, storytelling, and keeping it clean. They were experts at it, consummate professionals, and both of them, sadly, they're now gone. But their music lives on. So we'll be able to play the music and, bring them back to life next week, Saturday, not tonight, next week, Saturday. So rest in peace, Ernie. Welcome to Rattigan University. SSB, big up yourself. Lies are dispelled, truth upheld. Producer Joan, shaping civic minds for a bit. Oh, speaking of civic minds, today you are going to get a civics lesson. Students, pay close attention. Take notes, because I can tell you that some of the things you hear today will be on the final exam. Will be on the final exam. So get your pen, get your paper, your pad, your pencil, writing implements, whatever. Get them ready, because you're going to hear some things and you're going to see some things. You're going to see civics in action. And we're going to teach civics today from the standpoint of what not to do. We're going to be using the Jamaican Parliament. Okay. All right. Here's what we're going to talk about today. Speaker Holness gives advice to the rebel. That's me. Yes, believe it or not. And Kevin couldn't believe it when I told him. I had to show him. Speaker Juliet Holness actually wrote me, 2 days ago? I think it's 2 days ago. And it was a learning experience. It was a learning experience. And she highlighted some things, and I think I got the message, what she was trying to convey to me. I think I got nothing. I know I got the message. And we're going to share that letter with you, and we're going to share the circumstances under which that letter was composed and transmitted to me. Pay close attention, because the letter itself is a lesson in civics. Pay close attention. And let me just say that the speaker, with all due respect, you owe me another letter, but we'll talk about that some other time. Will the Jamaican mercenaries return to Haiti? And you know who we're talking about. The Jamaican law enforcement, particularly the military, went to Haiti. And they went there simply because they thought they were going to be paid. And then the U.S. government decided to, not defray, but they redirect funding. And the Kenyans, they started leaving, everybody started leaving, and so Jamaica left. The Jamaican contingent left. People are returning to Haiti under a different program, under a UN-sponsored program. And already we're hearing that it's not going so well. So we don't even know if our Jamaican, I always call them mercenaries, because they're not going there for the love of the community, trying to help assist the nation. They're going there simply because of funding. Well, I shouldn't say simply because of funding, but primarily because of funding. They're going. See the next topic. What governs parliamentary procedures? Government badness, ignorance, or the standing orders. Lots of civic lessons today. All right. There we are. Provost and the professor. Max James is right here with us. We're going to bring him on shortly. And Professor, you want to quickly go through this?
Well, as usual, we do encourage that we follow our engagement norms, be active listeners, keep an open mind. And doing so, we'll be able to use our time effectively. We want you to be present, comment to contribute from a constructive standpoint, because we know some people go off from and say some things from way out of the next field, not even left field, but the next field. Keep it here, keep it present, keep it constructive. Let's celebrate the contributions of those next fielders, and correct them in love. Hey, we understand that you want to say something, but that doesn't apply to this right now. Let's just stay on topic, yeah?
Okay.
And of course, we want you to enjoy the experience. Most of all, enjoy the experience. We tend to remember the things we enjoy, and as long as you enjoy this experience, the things that you learn here, you will remember it, and you'll be more equipped to apply it in everyday life. Provost.
Okay. Bunny Drum, my brother, big up yourself. Folks, tonight, I'm going to be a different personality tonight. Tonight, we're going to play some, big band. We're going to play straight ahead jazz, and we're going to play some Brazilian music. And I'm telling you, you are going to enjoy it. But we'll leave that until later on in the program because we don't want to keep Max waiting too long. We have any new members we want to shout out, Kev? I don't recall.
I didn't get a list this week, so
All
but
right.
if there's any, I can get it and we can shout out later on.
Producer Joan, if there's a list, just send it over to Kev and then we will make the announcement. Quote of the day: back foot can't pass front foot. See that, people? That means structure. That means order. That means you have to do it one step at a time the way it's supposed to be done. Your back foot can't pass your front foot. No, the front foot must always be in front. All right. And here's another one. Oh, Professor Kevin Stew gave us this one today. He says, one's defecation is another's delicacy. It's like saying one man's trash is another man's treasure. But the professor was very diplomatic in his language. But I think all of you know what that means. So there it is.
And more specifically, it is a big shout out to those who have nothing to present on their various platforms unless we present something here first. Big shout outs to you. Thank you for spreading the gospel, sharing the knowledge. And for those who go to the house and use certain terminologies that they learn here, thank you. Thank you.
And he's referring to the House of Representatives, Parliament. So, Carib Zone, big up yourself, Carib Zone, new member, big up yourself. All right, here is another quote. This one is by Bob Marley. The greatness of a man is not how much wealth he acquires, but in his integrity and his ability to affect those around him positively. Truer words never spoken. Yes, indeed. Big up yourself, Bob. All right, here it is, folks. Final exam, May 30th. Pay attention today because some of the material you hear today will be on that exam. Final exam, May 30th. And summer school begins June 6th. Please keep those dates in mind. All right. Now, folks, it's our pleasure and our privilege to have with us today Max James. We'll have him on in a few seconds. He's going to come on and tell you who he is. But we're so happy to have him because he's affiliated, as I said earlier, he's affiliated with a Nigerian diaspora organization, and they're doing quite well. And it was Max who told me this. It was a mutual friend who told me this. Didn't have to tell me, but he mentioned it once I started talking about the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And by the way, love to say big up to Justy. How you describe Justy, Kevin? Our trusted administrative aide, all the way in Ghana. She when she does She does, a lot of the promo for Reggae Global Radio, and she does the promo for our Saturday program. And she said to me, listen, if you're bringing on somebody from Nigeria to talk about the Diaspora organization, I'm going to stay up to watch. And I said to her, Justy, the gentleman we're bringing on, he's going to be in the first segment. So you really don't have to stress. We're not coming on at midnight your time. I think right now they're about 5 hours ahead, 6 hours ahead. So not 5. So it's 8:38. So Justy, big up yourself, Justy. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me present to you Mr. Max James. Here he is. Max, how are you?
I'm well.
Well,
how are you?
Well, I'm on top of the world, my brother.
That's good to hear.
Yes. Max, welcome to our program.
Thank you.
As I explained to you earlier this week, we seek to educate and elevate our people. We don't do too much entertaining around here. And one of the things that we have been looking at for quite some time is the role of our diaspora organization, the chief one, because we have, like the Nigerians, we have several, but there's one that we're focused on, and it's called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And it has 2 mandates, 2 general mandates, and you'll find it in the policy, you'll find it in the terms of reference. The first mandate is to ensure that Jamaicans and their descendants thrive in the country where they reside. Second one is to leverage that prosperity to provide assistance in terms of national development. Now we're talking about Jamaica. So again, dual purpose. One, make sure that the people in the diaspora are taken care of and that they can prosper. And then we leverage that prosperity to help our brothers and sisters back in Jamaica. So our mutual friend explained to me that you are affiliated with a Nigerian diaspora organization. And he said, look, you need to talk to Max because Max could give you some ideas as to how to run the one that you have, the one that you're focused on for Jamaica. So having said that, Max, I'm going to turn it over to you to just tell us who you are and then just work your way into your diaspora, the diaspora organization that you're affiliated with.
Got you. Thank you, Will, for the invitation. It's good to meet you and your co-host and the audience at large. So Max James, I'm a Nigerian American residing here in Maryland. Like you very well said, I am affiliated with a Nigerian organization of about 30 professionals that went to school in this society. And most of us, we feel privileged to have come to this country. And like you well know, in the US, most of the time, the efforts that you put in, if you're diligent, almost always lead to some form of successful outcome if the effort's there.
Right.
So we feel privileged as Nigerians to have been fortunate enough to be able to provide needed necessities for our families. And we could not do that, obviously, without our involvement in the society. So we formed an association over 30 years ago now, where our focus was really initially friendship amongst the members of that association to promote camaraderie and get to know each other. That was the initial intent. Then in 1996, we said we got to do something bigger than ourselves. We came up with the idea of making each individual come to the association to provide us with 2 things that we can help that individual with. So I don't know how very well you know about the Nigerian society. We all come from different cities, different villages, So we want to have an impact in your locality, in your village, or in your town, if you're a member. So what do I mean by that? So let's say, Will, that you are part of this group, right? And you are from Kingston, just to relate, right? That's where you were born, that's where you're from. And we said to you, tell us 2 things that we can do for you. There's either a chap that is brilliant, but the parents doesn't have the wherewithal to see that particular chap through college education. So if we can help you, Will, to help that child go through a 4-year education, we're gonna give that child the tuition and the assistance needed to go through a 4-year college education, right? So we help that member accomplish that outcome in your township, in your village in Kingston, right? That's one aspect of the goal. Or the other one is maybe you want to have a bigger impact, right? We focus mainly on elementary schools and secondary schools in your village or your town, where maybe there are some villages or towns where either the school is in disrepair, the entire school building, or the library is in disrepair, or they have no computer lab. Anything that can have a global impact for most of the elementary school students in that environment. If you feel that's a bigger thing or outcome that you want us to help you do, then that's what will help you do in that part of your town, right? So over the years, we've had a combo of those 2 outcomes. We have some members choose and present a child or a student that we can help them pay to their college education and tuition, or where we either rebuild a school or a building or a library, a computer lab, to make sure that that outcome is provided. But we don't just trust you with that fund or that funding. We want you to show us the before, right? The during and after. So what do I mean by that, right? Let's say that you come to us, Will, and you say, this is our local elementary school in your village in Kingston, right? And you can see that there is no roof, right? A member showed us a school building where there is no roof. These kids are going to classroom, and when it rains, the rain coming through the roof, right? Because they don't have enough resources to put a roof and a zinc over that school system, right? You could see this in total disrepair, right? So when we saw that, then we'll be able to raise funds through our charity events to give that particular member to go and make sure that that building is rebuilt and provide a good environment for these kids. So then once that is done, we see the after, and then we present that at our 2 events that we put out during the course of the year to show our supporters what we do with the funds that they give to us, right?
Right.
So, so that's sort of the mantra, the what we're doing for the last several years. And we have a golf outing that we do every June 1st of every year. And we use that golf outing charity event to raise funds. Then we have a formal gala event, right? At the gala event is really when we present the outcome, the delivery of what that member said they were going to do, so that the audience can see what we've done with the funds that they gave us the previous year, right? In a nutshell.
Can you just adjust the camera, because we're seeing the upward. No, the other way. Yeah. There you go. Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So in a nutshell, like they said, the proof is in the pudding, right? So if the audience can see a visual imagery of what we've done with the money they're giving to us, right? Then they are encouraged to know that what we're doing is not child's play, right? What we're doing actually means something, right?
Right.
And then you see the before, you see the after, then encouraged to give us even more funding when we come asking again the next year, right? So so kind of what we've been doing for the past several years, and so far so good. That's always, we believe in Kaizen, right? If you know what Kaizen means, right? Continuous improvement. You can't settle on your laurels, right?
Right.
The minute you settle on your laurels, that's when you go south, right?
Correct.
So we're always looking to make it even better, right? Then at some point, we then pivoted to not just the elementary schools or a child in Nigeria where we're from. We then pivoted to underserved, underprivileged elementary school children in this society, right? Where we grew up as young men, right? It is humbling to know that there are some elementary school students in inner cities across the DMV where school supplies that we take for granted for our own children, right? It's hard for these kids to come by. So what we do then is go to a inner city elementary school and ask the principal, what sort of school supplies do you need for us to provide for these kids to have a good supply to be in the classroom for 3, 4, 5 months, right?
Right.
Some teachers use their resources to buy school bags, school uniforms, crayons, books, bags, because some kids can afford to do that. Their parents can afford to do that for them. So it's two-pronged. Inner cities in the DMV, and then schools in Nigeria as well. So that's what we've done for the last several years. Will.
Okay. Professor?
Yes, welcome again. You said you've been doing this for 30 years.
Yes, sir.
What were some of the challenges that you had in the early years of putting together your diaspora organization?
Getting a buy-in, right? We have 30 members in this association, and we don't really want too many members. I think when there are too many people, that's when you have issues, right? You have to have an undergraduate degree minimum to be in the association, right? So when you have a goal that you're trying to achieve, having a meeting of the minds of most of the members, right? Not everybody is charity driven, right? Not everyone believes in philanthropy, right? It's trying to sell that desire, that goal to everyone so that we can all sing from the same hymnal, if you want, right? I think that was the early initial challenges. But once we got over that hurdle, then people actually went to their villages and delivered these outcomes, and their villages were happy, the citizens were happy, the kids were happy, then you don't really need to sell it anymore. It's like now an autopilot, if you will.
Let me ask you this question, Max.
Yes.
And we discussed it the other day. And the question is this. In order to have, tell me what, in your experience, you need to have in order to have a successful diaspora organization. You mentioned that you have an organization of 30 people. Well, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is made up of about the same number. It's about 30. But based on what you're telling me, you seem to be light years ahead of where we are. So give us the benefit of your experience. And you can give us the rudimentaries, the basics. What does it take to establish a foundation for a successful diaspora organization?
Commitment, right? In every organization, I'm sure that you can relate. I don't care whether you're in a for-profit or non-profit, right? That 80-20% rule always apply, right? You need about 2 out of 8 people, 3 out of 7 who are committed to drive the outcome and bring everybody on board, right? If you have those core drivers, right, that are driving everybody else, right, and then you showcase results. At the end of the day, activities are great, but results also speaks volume, right? If you have those core members that are leading the organization and bring everybody else to that level, I think that's the biggest thing that needs to be in place, right? Not everybody can be a leader. Not everybody is that committed. So if you think that every single 30 members will be at the same level as everybody else, that will not work. So you have to be willing to sacrifice your time, your effort, right, and your drive to be able to have most of the members follow in the same direction. I think that's my biggest learning lesson for the past several years.
Talk to us about registering. How important is registering your diaspora organization? Would you be able to do what you have done without registering? And I'm talking about, I'm talking about the 501c3.
Yes.
Talk to us about that, please.
Yeah. Well, that's very, very important, right? So we have corporate sponsors, we have individual sponsors, and we have small business owners who are sponsors, right? So in that, yes, they might be philanthropy driven, but the fact that they can also deduct their contribution, right, to the nonprofit group, of course, they have to speak to their CPA, obviously. I'm not giving any tax advice, obviously. But the fact that they can deduct that contribution when they file their taxes at the end of the year, right, individually or corporate level or otherwise, right? That's very important, right? So they need to, you need to have that in place, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then because you are filed with your state and federal, that makes you legit, right? You can I just give them that number and they can go look you up and know that you are a legitimate organization, 501(c)(3). So that's very, very important, Will.
All right. Let me ask you one more question before the professor comes in.
No worries.
What are your thoughts about having the government run your diaspora organization?
We don't get our government involved in any way at all, Will. We never thought about that. We felt that we can get a lot more done on an individual effort basis than getting the government involved, right? Now, we tell them what we are coming to do when we go to Nigeria to present these awards or events or outcomes. We want them to see what we're doing, right? So that they can then, so that after we come and go, they can hopefully duplicate the same thing when we're out of the country, right? And be able to lift the entire population up, right?
Mm-hmm.
But everything that we do is done by us individually, right? You actually have the member or members travel with the recipient of that award to their local village or local town. There might be about 4 or 5 members, right, that go with that member to present that award or that scholarship to that local chap or the building when it's been. We invite the TV station, we invite YouTube people, right? We want the citizens to see what we are doing for the average child, right? Or for an elementary school, right? So we promote what we're doing and they see it, but we do not want their involvement in any way at all. Not that that is wrong. We just never ever involve them in what we are doing.
All right. Professor?
In your experience with your diaspora organization, and the question about the government involvement was where I was heading to.
Sure.
But since you answered that, the entities that often assist, are they Nigerian connected, or are they just organizations that you have gone to as a 501c3 and say, hey, listen, this is a project that we have that we're working on. Are you in a position to assist? We just generally ask for partners.
So when you say entities, tell me more about what you're thinking.
I'm talking like organizations, companies that give financial assistance, financial aid. They contribute to projects Is it that you go to Nigerian associated companies, or you go to anyone here as you're a 501c3 and say, hey, listen, this is the project. Are you in a position to help?
I see what you're saying. So we have a fundraising outcome, right? That's where we
Yes.
start, right? This year we want to raise X amount of dollars, right?
Okay.
Then we then charge each member to do what they can within their connections, right? To help us achieve that outcome. What do I mean by that, right? I may know Will, now I know Will, right? I will call Will and say, hey, Will, you're about to get an email, right? And a link from our event planner, right? Inviting you to a golf tournament that we're about to have this year. When you get that link, go to our website, right? And take a look at what we're going to do, what I'm asking you to support me with, right? And then once you watch that website and see what we've done, now, Will, let me tell you why I need you to support me, right? That's just one person, right?
Mm.
So, Will, the golf tournament is $300 per person, right? Obviously, part of that pays for the golf course and the food that we give our supporters, but half of it will go to rebuilding an elementary school in my village, right? Let me show you what that looks like now, and let me show you what it will look like after the fact, right? So that's
Mm.
on an individual basis, right? Then I may know a local business owner, right? Or a corporate entity that I will go sell the same exact thing, right? ABC company who is in the DMV area or even in Nigeria, right? Um, we need to buy a computer supplies or 15 laptops to ABC Elementary School in Southeast DC, right? Let me tell you why these students need that, right? I need your help, ABC company, right, to help me achieve that outcome, right? So we may send lots of solicitation letters and phone calls to these entities that you're talking about on an individual basis and corporate level so that they can, if they're philanthropy driven, right, that they can help us achieve that outcomes. It's always about the outcome and what we're trying to do, right? But we don't get any government involved in that. It's all individual efforts by each of those 30 members. Then you must have a minimum outcome, right? Minimum outcome is, hey, Max, right? We need you to bring at least 5 supporters or 8 supporters, right? That's your minimum. That's anything above that is gravy. But if you don't meet your minimum, Max, right, then we can't achieve this outcome, right? So we've been fortunate enough that most of the members do their best to achieve that minimum outcome, which then goes to the outcome we're looking for, if that makes any sense, Professor.
Okay. Okay. And so from this general fund pool, you then assist, you take what is needed for the project in Nigeria. But what about Nigerians here in the US? What about how involved do you get with assisting ones that are here, that are trying to get by, the ones that have fallen on hard times, and they say, hey, listen, this is where I'm at. Uh, I'm low on funds to pay my rent. I can't cover my bills. I'm about to get kicked out. Can you help? How do you go about that?
Got you. So Will had asked me that when we spoke earlier in the week, and I had told him that our core value are underserved and underprivileged children in elementary schools, either here in the US or in Nigeria. That's our core value. That's where most of our efforts go towards, right? But I also told him that during the course of the last 30 years, there's been a few individuals who have fallen on hard times, right? through no fault of their own, mainly illness driven, right? Where they've been brought to our attention, right? And we're able to support them. Either the support can be paying their rent or buying food or whatever that help is, right? But that's when that is brought to our attention, but we don't do anything out of the ordinary to look out for that type of help. But if it comes to us and we feel that we can assist, then we do. But that's not our focus at all.
You know, Max, it's interesting that you say that there is no government involvement in your organization and you're not looking for it because you feel as if the things that you have charted for the organization, you can achieve those without government involvement. And so you've never really thought about even having government involved in your projects.
No.
Now, after I spoke to you, I went and I started looking at various Nigerian diaspora organizations in America. And you know what's interesting? I couldn't find one that had a government member, a Nigerian government politician sitting on the board or running the organization. They all said, we don't mind, working with the government to achieve our goals. We don't mind working with them, but in terms of having them sit as a chairman or CEO or whatever, they said, no, we don't have that. And the reason I bring that to your attention is that the one that we're focused on, there are 4 members who run the whole organization. It's a global organization, evidenced by the name, Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. So it has tentacles in UK, Canada, US, and other parts of the world, Europe. That organization, there are 4 people who run that organization. 3 of them are government officials. And the 4th person is somebody who's appointed by the government. And that's a sore point for us in the diaspora. So that's why we wanted to find out how do other countries, how do other diaspora associations, how do they do it? And there's a gentleman in our midst who did a survey some years ago, and he looked at Nigeria, he looked at Ireland, he looked at Israel, and he looked at a few countries. And not a single country that he looked at had a parliamentarian running the diaspora organization. In fact, it's kind of like against the Vienna Convention. You're not supposed to do it because once the person sits on it, you can't register that as a 501c3 with a foreign government official sitting on that, running that organization. So it's just interesting. I'm saying this so that my listeners can understand, because when we tell them, and I show them in the terms of reference, that the Jamaican government is running the diaspora organization, and to be honest with you, that's one of the reasons why we can't get anything done, because it's politically influenced. And you can't get, because we're not seen now as Jamaicans. Like, for example, in your case, you look and you say, it's a Nigerian. Now, when we look, we say, oh, he's a Jamaican with this political party, or with that political party, or with this friendship, that friendship, and it defeats the whole purpose.
Yeah, you hit the nail right on the head, Neil. We don't want one politician involved in our charity event, right? This is not about party affiliation. We're not interested in being a governor or a senator or any of those sorts, right?
Right.
Our focus is simply saying to Will, you're a member of our organization, right? We can't affect every kid in your part of town. We can't rebuild every school in your part of town. We can't provide computers to every school in your part of town, right? We want to find the biggest impact that can lift one child or several children, right? Because as you know, education opens so many doors, right? Everywhere across the world, but especially, right, in Africa where I'm from, right, and maybe to some extent in Jamaica, I'm not sure, right? So if we can lift one child or several children, imagine what that can do for that environment, right? With one person that has risen, or several who have risen, right? So getting a politician or government officials involved in that charitable outcome wouldn't be optimal, right? So that's why we don't mind them coming to the event, right? When we have gala and they are in town, right? We invite them to come, right? And then we show them what we're doing individually, right? For the citizenry of those various villages, right? So philanthropy in our thinking, in our thought process, has to do with what we're doing for the citizenry, right? Not necessarily for what we want the government to help us do, right? Now, if they want to contribute to it, right? Wonderful, right? Now, if we need to get into to open a door somewhere that we can't open and their name can lend credence, hey, I'm trying to get Will, who is the CEO of ABC company that's well known, and this politician knows Will, right? The referral to say to Will, hey, Mas will call you from NFA, they're doing a charitable event, they're trying to ask for your ABC's company's name. You can open that door for me, but I don't want you involved, right? Just do that introduction and then move on, right? So governments don't do a lot, in our opinion, from where I come from, for majority of the people, right? So we're trying to have some meaningful impact, no matter how small, that can lift a boat, if not several boats, right? If that makes any sense.
It does. Let me ask you one quick question. A lot of Jamaicans who have done DNA testing, they tell me that their lineage goes back to West Africa,
Okay.
Nigeria, Ghana, for example. Are you in a position to help? And the reason I'm asking this is because someone asked me that question this week when I told them you were coming on the program. Are you in a position to help someone here in the United States, DMV or wherever, based on the fact that they can say, look, we need some assistance. This is out of the ordinary now. This is not because this is away from your main mandates. And they come and they say, look, you know, Mr. James, I'm a student at such and such school. My grades are great, but I'm in need. I'm a Jamaican, but my lineage goes to Nigeria. Are you in a position to help that person? Well, let's first of all, let's say they have lineage they have connections to Nigeria. And then that's the first question. And what about the person who doesn't have a connection to Nigeria? Are you in a position to help those people?
So it has to come through a member, right? Everything comes through the member. It's member driven, right? So thinking outside the box here, if a member of the organization came to us and said, yes, the mandate is to go to my village, to go to my town, right, for any of these two outcomes that I just told you about, right? But hey, organization, right, I feel very passionate about this chap from Kingston, Jamaica, right, that has the same limitations that we're talking about, right? So I want my award, right, from the association to go to this Jamaican kid, right? So because it fits our mandate, right, what we're looking for, right? I don't see the association saying no because it is member driven, right? That's what that member comes, right? once. So that's the takeaway that I want you to understand, right? We are not draconian, right? If that's what our member wants, and that's how he wants to apply for that outcome for himself, because every single year we all take turns, right? So if you've taken your turn this year, then there are 30 more members to go through, right? So it's been 30 years, right? So it at the end of the day, it is member driven. So that's a long way of saying that's a possibility.
Okay. I said Kevin was going to ask you a question, but I see in the chat where somebody says, can your guest elaborate on Malabe, futuristic significance? I don't know what that, do you know what that means?
I'm sorry, elaborate on what?
It says, respectfully, can your guest elaborate on Malabe, Lamabe, futuristic significance? Do you know what that question is?
No, sir. No, sir, I don't know what that means.
Yankee, if you could formulate the question a different way, then we'll get it to our guest, and I'm sure he's gonna oblige you with an answer. Kevin.
Absolutely.
Right. It sounds like after quite a bit of trial and error, you guys have managed to find the winning formula to get a successful diaspora organization going. From inception, from conceptualization, I should say, how long did it take to get it right?
Remember I told you that we believe in Kaizen, right?
Yes.
We don't even feel we've gotten it right after 30 years, right? That's not to say that we're not successful. Don't get me wrong, right? Because the minute you think that, right, that's how I'm built on a personal level, and that's also when you think that, then that's when you rest on your laurels, right? But on a practical level, right, I said the first 5 years gave us so many learning experiences, right? There are some years where just to pick a number, maybe our outcome was $100,000. That's our intent for that particular banquet, gala event, or golf outing event, right? And we fall short. We get $80,000, right? Then that's when we go to the drawing board and said, why do we have this shortfall, $20,000? What do we do that we have done better, right? So it is always outcome driven, and we can never, even if we achieve that $100,000, what if we can do 100,000? Why can't we do 120 or 150 or 180? So you can never rest on your laurels and think that you've arrived, right? So every single year presents a learning opportunity, right? And so that we can do better. But 5 years kind of give us a roadmap on best practices, if you will, Professor.
Okay. So I'm thinking that the Jamaican diaspora the GJDC needs to, I guess, start over.
You know, it's funny because a dear friend of mine, she said, Nigeria has a population of nearly 250 million people and many, many dialects. And her impression, and she's not Jamaican, she was born here. She said, my impression is that Jamaica does not have cultural, ethnic, tribal differences as many African countries do, which is great. And the diaspora group would include members from the various parishes, communities, towns that are probably not divided by ethnic groups, albeit the Asian and some other mixed race groups, I suppose. I think governments would try and usurp the work. And that's true. Now, we don't have some of the differences that you would find in Nigeria, but we do have some. One of them is political. People are divided along political lines, and the political divide is deep in Jamaica, because we do have people, no matter what, and it doesn't matter who is occupying the seat of government, there are people that even when the government is failing miserably, they'll say, we're standing by our government. This is the best government in the history of Jamaica. And we see it all the time, especially over the last 10 years, we've seen that. Even though, by and large, when you look at the numbers and you look at the lived experiences of people in Jamaica and you talk to them, they'll tell you a different story. The numbers don't reflect the lived experiences of the people on the ground. But that's a topic for another day. All right, Max, let me ask you this before we go. Is there anything that you would like to share with us? Best practices that, because I think you've gotten the gist of the organization, the Jamaican one that we're talking about. It's run by the government, and it has the name in it, Diaspora, and it was created by the Jamaican government and the diaspora. But it's run, it's controlled, it's influenced, it's directed by the Jamaican government. And in fact, it says so in its terms of reference, its manifesto. It says so, that it's directed and led by the government. But on page 2, I think, of the document, it says this organization is not an arm of the government. And if you speak on your own behalf. But the 4 people running it, they're essentially government officials. One person is appointed by the government. So there's so many contradictions in the document. And what we're trying to do, we're trying to look across the globe to see how people are dealing with this issue so that we can bring these ideas to the people that are running this organization in the attempt to make it a service-oriented organization and not one where people show up to take pictures. It's not a photo op type organization, because we just saw that this week, and we're going to show the pictures later on, or at least one picture where people just showed up just to have a photo op with the Prime Minister. And then when you ask them, did you talk to him about the Jamaicans were experiencing difficult times in America and how we can help them? Did you talk to him about the Jamaicans in Jamaica having a difficult time and how we can help? None of that. So the question is this. Actually, I'm just asking you for a comment. Is there any advice you can give based on your experience to say, hey guys, I can't tell you what to do, but here are some ideas that you may want to look at?
Got you. I think it would be premature, Barrister Will, for me to give that sort of advice or input at this time until I gain a better understanding, right, of the destination, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the word global is huge, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if it was began by the government of Jamaica and being, I guess, run by the diaspora of Jamaicans, right? Maybe my initial thought process is there might be a way for the two to coexist
Mm-hmm.
and maybe do a small pivot, right?
Okay.
Where that pivot will then, I don't know whether that needs to be sanctioned by the Jamaican government. I don't know how that works. We don't really definitely need any Nigerian sanctioning of what we're doing to help what we're trying to do, right? Maybe it may be time to do a pivot and have another section of that thought process and have you guys do a real charitable philanthropic arm of the same association with core outcomes focused on people who are here in the diaspora. We're an extension to people in Jamaica, right?
Mm-hmm.
It may be time to take a look at that and see how the two can coexist and not completely jettison what you guys have done for the last several years, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think if I can leave the audience with a walkaway, ours are run by individuals who are committed to the same outcome, and it is about the underprivileged children, right, of both societies, both here in the DMV, because that's where most of us are. Some have moved to Nigeria, some have moved to out of state, right? But at
Mm-hmm.
the end, but at the end of the day, the outcome is driven by each member based on what they want us to do for them, right?
Right.
So, for example, this year, there are 3 local schools that have asked for a variety of school supplies that they think will help these kids that we're talking about, right? And we have a dollar amount that we're shooting for, right? And a member has asked for a fund to build a computer lab in an elementary school in his town or his village, right? And that's what our focus is for 2026 to accomplish those 2 outcomes, right? So, so in a way, you guys are doing the same thing, but I think the global nature of it, the government involvement, maybe it's time to create a second arm.
Okay.
Focus on what you're talking about, right? That are for the I guess your co-citizens who are here in the US that may be going through some sort of temporary setback, right? Or financial setback, that are needing immediate help, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then that would be, and then, but the only thing though with that is if you, I don't know if you can do that through a 501c organization. I don't know. You're a lawyer. You need to investigate that, right? Because if I'm a ABC company or a individual and the funds you're raising is for a person, right, who's going through some financial difficulty, right? That's a whole different ballgame than
Right.
what we are doing. So that's what I mean by until I get a better understanding for what you guys are trying to accomplish, right? What the core goals are. Maybe I can go back to my association and say, hey, I was privileged enough to be invited to a group of Jamaican diaspora looking to emulate or copy what we do. These are what they're trying to do. These are what they're trying to accomplish and get some additional input. And then maybe I can call you and say, this is what we are suggesting, right?
Yeah.
That you guys consider. I think that would be a better way to go than for me to chime in with that, right? So if that makes any sense, Barrister.
It does. And so you'll be hearing from me, and I'll certainly present the ideas to you and we can discuss them further. And then I look forward to hearing some of the solutions to the problems, because we've got a lot of problems on this side. So, you know, I look forward to our continued discussion. Professor.
Thank you, Max, for the insight. Thank you for the suggestions. It really makes a difference.
Oh, thank you for inviting me. I wish you guys continued success.
All right, Max. Take care of yourself. Be well and give my regards to Neil.
All right, I will.
All right, take care now. All right, bye-bye. Yes, folks, that was Max James, a Nigerian American, and he is involved with a diaspora group, and they're doing wonderful things. You heard, they're, you know, if somebody shows the aptitude, but they're financially embarrassed, they assist. If somebody, and that's their main goal, education. And it doesn't get any better than that. It's education, because he said that is a pathway out of poverty. That is a pathway to prosperity. And so we're looking to emulate some of those ideas that they have put into effect. And so I will continue the conversation with Max to see how best we can how do you say it? How best we can incorporate those ideas in our global Jamaica Diaspora Council. As you know, it's going to be difficult, but that's fine. Things are difficult before they become easy. So that's where we are. All right. Again, Max, big up yourself. Thank you. Let's see. I didn't pull anything down yet, Kev. We have a lot of stuff to talk about today.
One of the things that's not on our topic list and isn't really related to the government of Jamaica is the bus trip to Penrelease.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Where is the? Let me put up the. Where is the?
So,
Oh, there it
thank
is.
you. So, coming up on the 25th of April is the bus ride, the bus trip to the Penrelease. Thank you to Y Consulting Group, their affiliation and association with Culture Jam Radio and Red Hot Radio. They present the bus ride. And essentially, it's a round trip with bus and food for $100. The bus food and stadium tickets is $170 per person, and there are limited stadium tickets at $75 per person. Now, there are two bus stops, two bus pickups. There's one at Elmont at 6 a.m. and another one in the Bronx at 7 a.m. Elmont is at 798 Elmont Road, and the one in the Bronx is at 3447 Baychester Avenue. And which restaurant is that? I don't know. Which restaurant is that?
Highlights Restaurant and Lounge.
Oh, Highlights. Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. So if you know that area, there'll be a raffle, as you see on the screen right now. For those who are listening on the radio platforms, there'll be a raffle to give away one bus ticket. One bus ticket, not the stadium ticket, one bus ticket. And so we'll give you the question for that a little bit later on. And it will be the first person that responds that will be able to, if you are going, that is how you participate in this raffle. Because, if you win it for somebody, then I don't know how that works. I guess we'll find that out. If you know someone else who's going and you'd like to gift them with that bus ticket, I guess that could be worked out too. But we'll do that raffle a little bit later on. Ready for the first one now, Provost?
Yeah, let me ask you a question. The 4 is for the one 2 weeks ago. I'm looking at
yes.
For the one 2 weeks ago. Okay, let me pull that one. All right, folks. What we're gonna do now is we could go to the Diaspora. 10 reasons not to go to the conference. Let me see, because I know we're going to be pressed for time. Let me just say that the Diaspora conference, we're telling you, we're advising you. You know what? Where are the pictures? Where are the pictures? Let me.
In see. Diaspora?
Yeah. Okay. MP attendance, standing orders.
And there's that one.
There it is. All right. Let's quickly go over this. 10 reasons not, big NOT, to attend I think it's the 10th or the 11th. I'm not quite sure, but I know it's the one. I know it's being held in June of this year in Montego Bay, Jamaica. And 10 reasons not to go. The question is, how does this conference benefit the Jamaican diaspora? We know of people sleeping in their cars in Florida because they're homeless. We know of people who are looking for social services because they're hungry. We know of people who are also looking for social services because they can't pay their rent, and they're looking somewhere for someone to help. And some of these people, these circumstances happened not because they these people intended or wanted these things to happen. It's just life. Things happen. And we look to our brothers and sisters to extend that helping hand. And who knows, maybe that hand you reach out and touch and help, maybe that hand will come back and help you later on, or maybe a child or children from that hand. Life has many twists and turns. And one of the things that we should be committed to is helping our brothers and sisters as best we can. And OT, you're controlling that. Can you go to the next page, please? Okay, there are the 10 reasons. I wish we could use it from my screen, because then I could highlight, I don't think people can see that. Can you see the writing, Kev?
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's a little fine. So if you go into Diaspora, I do believe we have these
Go to
sections in Diaspora.
All right, let me look. Oops, Diaspora. I think. Wait a minute. Yeah, I think we do. All right, OT.
Yeah. So you share.
Sorry.
Thank you, OT.
All right, we'll go to part 1. All right.
So you're gonna have to share.
Yeah, I'm going to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Share. Okay, here we go. Okay, here it is. 10 reasons not to attend. And I say this, people, with heartfelt reasons, because many of us in the diaspora, we're sitting today, or you may have done so during the week. You're sitting at your kitchen table and you're looking at your bills. And you're wondering, how are you going to make payments? And there was one person who reached out to me when we showed this last week, reached out to me and said, you were speaking to me without calling my name. Because you're quite right. We sit at our kitchen table where we have all the bills piled up, and we figure out how we're going to pay them. And this person said to me that she's aware that bills, they really don't terminate your services until after 90 days. So what this person did was she managed the 90-day period. So pay one bill now and let the other one run 60 days, 70 days. Don't pay this one, pay the one that's at 70 days. And, you know, it's like robbing Peter to pay Paul. And the person said, you spoke to me, and I'm sure you spoke to many of our countrymen and women in this country. And by extension, globally, we are experiencing difficult times. And for us to go to Jamaica for reasons that are not quite clear, and when I say not quite clear, I'm talking about the message of helping diaspora. That message is not clear. What is clear is that we would like you to come, and come with your pockets lined with cash or your checkbook or your credit card, because we would like to establish a relationship with you. If you have money, that's not what the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council was created to do. It was first created to help people in the diaspora. And that's why I'm so proud of what Max is doing with his group. They're actually helping. And they're helping to make a difference, and they're not looking for accolades. These 10 reasons were issued to the public last year, 2 years ago, because it's biennial. It's every 2 years they have this conference in Jamaica. And the question is, why are they having it in Jamaica every 2 years? Why not have it in the diaspora? The thing is called Global Jamaica Diaspora. Why don't we have it which, rotate the event in different countries, include Jamaica as well. But every 2 years they do it. And you know why it's done every 2 years in Jamaica. I don't need to tell you, my students, Now, here are the reasons. 2 years ago, they said, let me make this. Can you see it, Kevin? Can't hear you.
No, Provost. No. Go ahead.
You cannot see it?
No, it's good. You can go a little bigger, actually.
Okay. All right. How about that?
Yeah. Use that.
Look at that. The very first reason they gave, and they were so proud of these reasons that they read them from the podium. This is not something that was sent out and it was between and betwixt some other pieces of information, so you had to look to find it. They actually got to the podium and they read these reasons out and said, Diaspora, we want you to come to Jamaica because of the following 10 reasons. The number one reason given, because it's in Montego Bay. So they said, sun, sand, and opportunities. Number two, this was after COVID. So it says post-COVID reunion. So let's party in Jamaica. Let's come down and let's have a good time. And there it is. So 2 continues to 3, party in paradise. And then 4, come and buy some of the arts and crafts and take back the seal. And then it goes over here. 5, come and taste some jerk chicken, jerk pork patties and more. Come for the food. Fly from the UK and come to Jamaica for the food. Not that the food is not great. Jamaican food is outstanding. In fact, some people have said it's the best food in the world. But do you have that kind of funds that you're going to fly from the UK, from the US, from Europe, from Canada to go to Jamaica for that? And not only that, not when I said that, you're going to a conference for that. If you're going to visit your family members and they're going to do it's one thing. But if you're going to a conference so that you can taste jerk chicken and jerk pork, it's not a good reason. 6, come and find your dream home. Remember, a lot of us were looking at the bills. We're sitting at our dining room, kitchen or kitchen table, and we're looking at our bills. But you must come to the conference, and then they will help you to find your dream home. Come to the conference and enjoy a road trip in Jamaica. Come to the conference so that you can go reconnect with your roots. Come to the conference so that you can have some influence. You can rub shoulders with the big wigs. And it says how you can get tangible benefits from active participation in the global Jamaican community. And come to the conference to network. And you hear that term a lot. I heard it this week several times. Network. Network. Before I go any further, let me just say this to our people. They have this conference every 2 years. Every 2 years. COVID was an anomaly. So around the COVID time, they couldn't have it. I think they had it on a digital platform. It wasn't in person. But here's the thing I ask you. Ask them, the organizers, ask them, for the times that you have met and you've discussed all of these topics, explain to us how the resolutions, if any, benefited Jamaicans in Jamaica and abroad, and to what extent. Ask them if there's a document they can give you from the Diaspora conference. Ask them. I am willing to hazard a bet. I'm not a betting man, but I'm willing to hazard a bet that you will not find such a document. And if there is such a document, I would love to see it. I would love to get my hands on that document to see Goals, objectives, plans, outcomes, deliverables. I'd love to see. I'd love to see it. But anyway.
And based on your experience, or based on their experience with you, this is one reason that you will not see such a document.
I will not see such a Kevin, yeah. You'll kill me. Hold on. Let me. Oh, that's 9. Oh, I think part 1. Okay. All right. Here we go. Remember one? Number 1. Here we go. Number 1. Right. Remember number 1? Where is it?
On the other side.
Number 1, come to the conference because it's going to be held in Montego Bay. This is 2 years ago. The conference this year in June will be held same place, same city, Montego Bay. And you're going to come for the sun, sand, and opportunities. Montego Bay, sun, sand, and opportunities. All right, here we go. There it is. Montego Bay, sun, sand, and opportunities. Take a look at this, folks. See that? Less than 1% accessibility to public beaches. So what you're saying, if you come to the conference and you spend, $400 a day at a hotel, $500 a day, whatever it is, yeah, you get to use the beaches. But if you don't have that money, you will not. You live in Jamaica, you won't. You don't have that money? No. You will not get to the public beaches. And see this? This is typical of what you find when you try to access some of these beaches. It says this is an all-inclusive property. Remember, nobody owns the beaches in Jamaica. Nobody owns the beaches. Remember we talked about that with our dear friend Dr. Devon Taylor. We talk about that. The foreshore, where you see right there the sand, nobody owns that, but you can't access it. See what it says? Non-registered guests are not permitted beyond this point. And
so every time I see this notice, one of the things I just find it so ironic because it's an all-inclusive, but you are not included.
You're not included. Yes, sir. You're not included. And see, right here, we have people protesting. They want to repeal and replace the Beach Control Act of 1956 that allows these people, the hoteliers, the resort owners, and the government to do what they're doing. We want all beaches to be designated as public lands, as they should. Jamaica, I believe, is one of, if not the only country in the Caribbean where they can restrict you from using the beaches. Go to Barbados. Barbados, they say, hey, you can build a mansion on beachfront property, but guess what? You don't own the beach, so people can actually walk in front of your property. They can actually swim. They can actually have a picnic.
I've done it. I've done it there.
Okay.
I've done it there.
It's a natural resource that belongs to everyone.
Yep.
So that's that. Now, 2, they were talking about, COVID, and so we get a chance to come together. But they don't tell you about the travel advisory, which is a 2. It used to be a 3, remember? And they say it's a 2. But here's the trick. Or here's what you should pay attention to. Pay attention to the language. When it was a 3, the language that was there as a 3 hasn't changed now that it's a 2.
Yes.
It's still, be careful if you go to Jamaica because of crime and the health services there. They said it's basically non-existent. In fact, if you look at the language, it says that some parts of Jamaica don't stop. For example, Clarendon. They said, stay on the highway. Don't get off in Clarendon. Just keep going straight. Do not stop. We know why it was dropped to a level 2. We know why. Geopolitics. But What the American government didn't do was change the language to reflect a level 2. They kept the language there. And remember, when America sneezes, Jamaica catches a cold. Jamaica is heavily dependent on tourism from the US.
Yes.
If the US says we're gonna make you a 4, we're gonna tell our citizens you cannot go to Jamaica. Jamaica's tourism industry would collapse the second that notice is publicized. They know it. They don't tell you, they say, come and let's this and that. They don't tell you that, hey, and there's another one, natural disaster, because guess what? Guess what's right around the corner, people? Hurricane season.
Yep.
And we haven't recovered yet from Melissa. And we didn't recover for the one before Melissa.
Nope.
Okay.
We did get relief though.
We got lots of relief. But we got relief, but we haven't recovered. No, I should say it this way. The government got the relief, but the people haven't recovered.
Haven't recovered, correct.
And here is the state of the hospitals. We have videos to go along with this, but we won't play them today. Very, very bad. And here it is. Party in Jamaica. You must come to the conference to party. And it's not affordable, people.
Must pay $300, $400, $500 a night to party.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And
so join me at 8 o'clock tonight where we get to party for free, yeah?
Right. Free, right? Here, look at this one. It's 1.5 million to see Chris Brown live. This for the suite. I think they have whatever that private area. This
Skybox.
Skybox this summer. Yeah. And the sad thing is that Jamaicans are actually taking out loans to go to events like this, taking out loans, and they can't afford to put bread on the table. That's sad. Here's it. Discover authentic Jamaican crafts. The market burnt down, but not only that, look at this. The tourism minister said that he's embarrassed by foreign products in Jamaican craft markets. Guess what, folks? A lot of the crafts that they're selling, just turn it over and look, made where? Don't say made in China, made in Bangladesh, made in Vietnam,
Taiwan,
made in Taiwan, not made in Jamaica. So he says he's embarrassed by it. 5, come for the food. Come to the conference for the food. What they haven't told you is that 4 containers of food items declared to be unfit for human consumption went missing. They were cordoned off in a certain area after being declared unfit for human consumption, and all of a sudden they went missing. Nobody's talking about that. And it was staples like red beans, rice, flour, and there's something else.
I'm curious. These are 2 things that I'm curious about. How can a whole beach go missing, and how can 4 big old containers just disappear?
Yes, indeed. We have the situation where a beach went missing. If you can believe it, the beach went missing. And here we have 4 containers of tainted food that, again, declared by the Jamaican government to be unfit for human consumption, meaning do not eat. It's in circulation now, because don't think that the containers are missing because somebody took them to discard them.
Dispose of them?
Yeah, don't think that's the reason. And how do you have 4 containers that's supposed to be in a secure area missing? I heard something that they must have found 1 or something like that, but still, we're missing staples. And when I say staples, not the one that you use on papers. I'm talking about food items. We're missing that. You know what, Kevin? It sounds like unaccounted for, missing, stolen. We're very familiar with those terms.
Yeah, we are.
So that's that. And look at the grocery shopping in Jamaica. You can't buy people. You know that, especially now You can't, and the buying power of the Jamaican dollar has decreased significantly. You can't buy anything in the supermarket. Can't. So let me take on that. I think that was 5. Let me finish up here and then we'll jump on to something else. Okay, here is 6. 6 says, come to Jamaica. No, not come to Jamaica. Come to the conference. And we'll help you find your piece of paradise. What they don't tell you is this. We'll skip this. I just want to show you a very, very depressing picture. You need to see this. Remember the conference, they say, come and find your piece of paradise. Well, this is what's going on in paradise. Look at this. Look at that house. And there's somebody in there too, right here. There's somebody in there. And you see this? I guess that's support to prevent it from falling down. And then here's another.
That one and the one below it, yeah?
Yeah. People, I cringe when I see these things. And that's why I'm saying to you, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council should be looking out for these people. They should be saying, how can we help? Because it's not that they don't know. It's not that they don't know. They know. The question is, are they willing to help? And you know, ask any politician in Jamaica, why did you get involved in politics? And you'll hear this word. No matter how long-winded or short the answer is, you're going to hear this word. 2 words. You're going to, one or both of them will be in that answer. You will hear serve and you will hear service. One or both of them will be there. They said, we got in there because we want to serve. We want to provide service to our people. Well, OT said on Wednesday that it's, what kind of service? Self-service. That's what OT said. She said, no, it's not service or service. It's self-service. They're servicing themselves. They're helping themselves. That's the kind of service. Because if you're a politician and you truly got involved to serve our people, you would be serving yourself by serving them. That's the service. That's the gratification. That's the satisfaction. That's the justification. Serve your people. They don't believe in that. And when I said they, it's not every politician, but I think you would agree with me if I said a significant number of politicians, this is what they believe in, service themselves, self-service. And here, so now they say, come to the conference, because then you can go and you can enjoy a Jamaican road trip. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that in certain parts of the country, we have no roads. We have paths. We have crevices. We have craters. Here it is. Dilapidated infrastructure, car accidents, bad roads, dangerous bridges. Remember, it's only last week or so that a gentleman
fell to his death.
Exactly, to his death. Bridge. Look at this. They said do a road trip. I mean, you could actually do sightseeing in some of these potholes. These are not potholes, these are sinkholes. Look at this. This is the one where, see that hole right there? That's where the gentleman fell through to his death. 8. Come to Jamaica to reconnect with your roots. People, you don't have to go to the conference for that. You can go on your own to look for your relatives and your friends. Visit your teachers, your community elders. Visit all those people. You don't need to go to a conference for that. And they won't show you this. I won't show you this. They're painting this pretty picture of sun, sea, and sand. And everything is Irie man. No, everything is not Irie. And the Prime Minister is urging Jamaicans to move back. Why? The birth rate is decreasing, we know that. Here it is. Jamaica sells well, just maybe not for returnees. And for returnees, we're also talking about deportees. Jamaica is not selling well for you. Even though we do have a diaspora group that's calling for the reintegration, its focus is to reintegrate these people who have returned as a result of being deported, reintegrate them into society. And then I think 9, diaspora influence. The conference is going to teach you how to get benefits. The minister came on and he talked about one person that they're collaborating with. Collaborating. When you hear that word, it means that there's nothing tangible. They're just talking. And look at this. Look at the struggles that we're having in the diaspora. Immigration, homelessness, high rents, cost of living, all of these things and more. Are they there to help us? Remember the mandate. The mandate is this. The Global Jamaica Diaspora is there to help you in the diaspora and your descendants prosper in the country where you reside. Can they point to an instance where they've helped people to prosper? Or point to instances? I don't want you to give me one. I want you to give me several. Because you've been doing this now for 10 years. Actually, wait a minute. It started in less than 10 years. 2020. Yeah, so you've been doing this for 6 years. But you didn't actually start. This is a continuation of something that happened, that started back in 2010. And then you changed it in 1999, 2000. No, they're not there to help. And then we have this chart, we won't go through it, human flight and brain drain, people trying to leave Jamaica, well, not much these days. And 10, network in paradise, build bridges. I was just, I was hoping that they would take that in a literal way. Build bridges. Yes, we need bridges in Jamaica. You saw the one where the man fell through. Make ways. Why did we migrate? Who advocates for diaspora? Who advocates for us? Who? Let me just move this. Let me move this. Where is that picture, Kevin? Hold on.
Which one?
One with our. Is it this MP attendance? No. Okay, here it is. Our Prime Minister came up. He's leaving, I think, tomorrow. He came to get an award yesterday.
He needs to be put on award.
Yeah. And then on Thursday, they had a meeting at the consulate in New York, the place where we protested twice. And people went. People went. It was supposed to be a one-day conference to talk about Jamaica's resilience in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. So they were there, Prime Minister and others, to beg. And we're not mincing words. They were there to beg money. And let me go back and show you diaspora. Diaspora. Okay, before we get that, here it is. They were there to beg money. Now, what's interesting about this conference is this. There it is, the Recover Better Conference, all right? There it is. Now, what's interesting about this conference is that they're coming to beg for Melissa relief. They're saying, post Melissa, we're still in a state of need. and we want you to give us money. It's the same thing. It's the same principle. It's the same statement that they're using for this conference in June. When will the Jamaican government stop begging and start spending the money that they've received on the people? When? When will they? This is Thursday, and they're already begging for you to come, to beg you to part ways with your money in Jamaica. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Post-Hurricane Melissa National Reconstruction. It's the same theme for June. And here it is that they're doing it. They did it on Thursday, and they're going to be doing it all the way through till June. They're going to be doing it during the conference, and they've been doing it ever since Melissa hit Jamaica. They received $6.8 billion from IDB, World Bank, and a couple other organizations. That's not counting what they received from individual countries. That's not counting the 400,000 that they recently received from the people in Florida. You're right. Got to bed etymology. You're right. Etymology. You're right. But here it is right here. Now, as I pointed out, you know, I'm a stickler for this, but we'll skip past it. Conference is referred to as conference. Oh, somebody said it's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy conference. So that's why you have this term here. I use Kevin's favorite color. See this word right here? Conference. It's not the same as this word, conference. So they said, no, it was intentional. What they're conveying to you is that this is a conspiracy conference. It's a conspiracy to fleece you of your funds. That's what it is. And then look who they said should come. Who should attend? Investors and developers, those with capital ready, meaning you have liquid cash. Finance professionals, bankers, fund managers, established diaspora leaders. And we notice who they invited. They said who should attend, but it's actually who they really wanted there. And then here's it, professionals. I have a professional, I had a conversation with a professional person who was there. And I said to him, you're there not because of your expertise. You're there because they figured that because of your expertise, you have some funds that you can part ways with. And that's why they want you there. Because if you recall, people, they don't want help from the diaspora. Not when they can do the things that they're doing at the University Hospital of the West Indies with the contracts up there. Because that's a clique. You know, procurement in Jamaica is an art form. They know how to paint that picture, and they don't want you to be a part of that. So they don't need you. They say professionals because they figure, hey, this guy's an engineer, probably have some money saved up someplace. We can get some money from him. And CSR leaders, and look at it right here, who can direct capital. So up here, they're asking if you have money, capital ready, liquid cash, or if you know somebody with money, send them our way. That's who they want. No. I'm going to show you something here. We're not good, Kevin, we're not good enough. We're not, we don't say me, but I know me, and me, you, and Joe.
You know, about an inch, don't it?
We're not good. All right, here it is. Folks, take a look at this. See this? See this? This was Thursday at the consulate, right? Do you recognize anybody in this picture except the Prime Minister, except for him? Do you recognize anybody in this picture? Let me give you a clue. Do you recognize anybody in this picture except the Prime Minister?
You know, when you zoom in a while ago, I recognize the person on the wall.
Oh, this person over here. This person here.
No, I didn't even see him.
Yeah, that's the ambassador. I'm not talking about him.
No, I didn't see him. The person
Oh,
on the
somebody-
wall. Picture on the wall. When you go, carry the picture back over to the left side.
All right. Oh, this one. Kevin, though. Kevin, I get me a mix up, you know. Watch here. Kevin, you're wicked. You're wicked. Listen, please do not draw any attention to my favorite minister, Minister Kamina Johnson. All right, don't draw any attention to her. People, this is who we're talking about. If you live in the Northeast, and you participated, well, whether or not you participated in the recent election, this is the current representative on our second term. And you see how close, right there. What I need you to do when you talk to her is to ask her, when was the last time you go to a shelter where they have Jamaicans, or you go and help out a Jamaican family who's in dire need of something, or you did some service to help our people. That's what I needed to ask her, right? That's our rep. Now, look at this. Remember, we talked about this and said some of these folks who claim to represent us, it's an act of self-aggrandizement. It's about them. It's not about us. Because all they want to do is they want to get the photo.
The photo up.
Right. And so they endear themselves to these politicians, and when they go to Jamaica, they get some benefit. Or even if they don't go and get some benefits, they have a connection. It's not about the people that they represent. It's about the people that they're taking instructions from. Look at this. See this? This was written, this was drafted by someone I know very well. It says Jamaica and the diaspora turned out in large numbers. Now, we don't know about that because the place is a small place. But, you know, give them credit. 2,000 people show up. No, that's not true. Just kidding. With tremendous enthusiasm. Of course, if you go to them, I'll say you're enthusiastic for come there, because going to Manhattan is not an easy feat. Not an easy feat. During his recent visit to New York, creating an electric, shock out, electric atmosphere. Look at this now. Marked by a rush for photo opportunities and personal interactions. This is so true. This is so true. A rush for photo opportunities and personal interaction. And here it is right here, where the Prime Minister engaged with members of the diaspora, stakeholders and development partners on Jamaica's ongoing economic recovery and growth agenda. And they didn't put there, and we got into the begging mold. They didn't put that there. They just said he engaged. What that mean, you know, engage is a nice word for saying that he was begging. Now look at this last part here. The overwhelming response underscored the strong connection between the Jamaican diaspora and national leadership as, see this? Supporters. Very key term. Supporters. You know, up here they talk about diaspora. No, they don't know. They didn't say as diaspora members eagerly gathered. They say as supporters. Eagerly gathered to capture the moment and show their pride and support. There it is. There it is. So the position is clear. Come to our conference, the People's Conference. It will be held the same time that they're having theirs in Jamaica. It won't cost you anything. No sacrifice necessary except an investment of your time, because we will go over the things that they've discussed that day to determine if they have included you in their plans. And just because they include you doesn't mean that they're going to follow through, but at least give people some hope. Well, at this point, I think it's hopeless because there have been so many broken promises. So, you know what? Speaking of broken promises, where producer Joan chart there? Talk to me, Kevin. Which part producer Joan put our chart? Oh, see, I'm find it.
Yeah.
We're talking about broken promises, people. I am going to show you something now. And I want you to pay close attention. This won't be on the exam, but I need you to pay close attention to this. If you pay close attention to what the Prime Minister says about education, and by the way, do not forget that he was Minister of Education. I think it was back in 2010, 2011, thereabouts. And it was at the same time that we had the WestCon saga going on. You remember that? The one where he wrote a letter and he recommended people to get contracts, and it turned out that he was involved in not, I think it's a business relationship. Yeah. With some of these people. Remember? And then one of the persons that, because they said they knew him long time and this and that and that. And if you recall, there's one person that was affiliated, according to the Integrity Commission, with a company called Emerald Green or Green Emerald, one of them. And that company is in the heart of the ghetto. And that company hired the Prime Minister's media company, Positive Media, to do PR work for them. Think about that. You're in the middle of the ghetto. And you're hiring the Prime Minister's company to do PR work for you. And then you paid the Prime Minister's company for services rendered. And then you loaned the Prime Minister's company $20 million.
That's the best part.
People, take a look at this. This is what we call. We call this letting off steam. And we call it schoolhouse, jailhouse, and deadhouse. Schoolhouse, jailhouse, and deadhouse. And we do it for a reason. Here we go. See this, people? Can you see it, my brother?
Yeah, but what you might want to do is to zoom in and then take segments, like zoom in 2019 to 21. Yeah. And then go down the list. Nobody can say they don't see it.
All right. There we go. 2019. Let's start at 2019. Fresh from a visit to China, Prime Minister Andrew Holness announced plans to construct 6 brand new STEM schools. You remember that? And he said China would assist in building 3 of the schools, while the government would finance the other 3. That's 2019. Let's go to 2020. In 2020, put it on the center of the screen, the Prime Minister announced plans to establish 6 new STEM high schools and academies. Remember 2019, he said, yes, I'm back from China, I'm going to give it to you, and China is going to help us. 2020, he says, we're going to build them across Jamaica in the 2020 to 2021 fiscal year. Right? So what that means, 2020 to 2021 is April 1st, 2020 to March 31st, 2021. April 1st, 2020 to March 31st, 2021. He says, we are going to build these schools. Now let's go to 2021. The Prime Minister announced that the government had identified locations for the 6 STEM schools and would prepare detailed designs and implementation plans for 2 of the 6 STEM schools. 2. This is 2021. Remember 2019? He says we're going to build 6. And then in 2020, he says we're going to build them in the 2020 to 2021 fiscal year. Look at 2022. The Prime Minister broke ground for Jamaica's first. Look over here. First over here, him said 2. First him said 6, and then him said, look here. Plans for 2. Sorry. I forget Kevin's favorite color. Okay, here it is. Plans for 2. See it right? Right here. Start out with 6 in 2019. Then 2020 we say, yes, we're coming up with the 6, and we're going to build them 2020 to 2021. Then this year, 2021, we say, oh, and come up with plans. And say, we're going to build 6, but we only have plans for 2. That's 2021. Now look at 2022. They broke ground for the first one at Dunbeholden in Greater Bernard Lodge, St. Catherine. And a billboard is built. A billboard is built.
So
don't answer that.
The STEM school that is supposed to be built,
it gone to a
billboard.
Well, build a billboard there, and it gone from STEM to STEAM, and it gone from 6 to 2 to 1. It gets better. Look at 2020. Remember now, all of the 6 supposed to be built already. Now let's go to 2023. The Prime Minister said the government was eager to move ahead with plans to construct the 6. And now we're going to 7 because now it's and. See this? And 1 STEAM school. So now we'll move from 6 to 2 to 1, and now we're up to 7. As part of the overall plan to transform Jamaica's education system. That's 2023. Let's go to 2024. The Prime Minister said that the lands had been identified and that, but I thought he said that before. He said that over here.
That was a few years back.
It's right here, 2021. He said the government had identified locations. He said that in 2021. And now we're in 2023. Right, 2024. Yeah, 2024. So what, 3 years later, he said that the land had been identified and that once the investment assessment process was completed, 1 by 1, you know what that means? 1 by 1, all STEAM schools. But remember, we were talking about STEM. Because right here, I'm saying we only going to build 1 STEAM.
Pay attention.
He's right here, people, everything I like. 1 STEAM. What, people, follow me. We started out with what? STEM, 6 STEM, 6. And then all of a sudden we went from 6 to him start out with 2, so 2 right here, and then we end 2 in have plans for, then we end up with 1, I think 1 over here. You get the first one right here. And then
the ground was broken for
1.
A STEAM school.
Yeah, for a STEAM, not a STEM. Right. For STEAM. And then over the following year, him said, no, we're going to build 6 STEM. Him said, Kevin, easy. We're going to build 6 STEM and 1 STEAM, Kevin. Right?
Okay.
Then, all right. We go from 2023 now, we go to 2024.
This is where the one by 1 STEAM. But this is 1 STEAM.
Yeah. So the lands had been identified and we're going to build 1 by 1 and would be built. And he officially declared Jamaica a STEM island.
Okay.
I thought he was going to say a STEAM and STEM island, but he says STEM. Okay. So now we get to 2025. 2025 says, the Prime Minister, with an election to be won, questions about his finances to be answered, and a STEMless doctorate. Oh, boy. I know me. This was provided to us by a researcher. It says, and a STEMless doctorate to be received, did not announce plans to build 6 brand new STEM schools and 1 STEAM school. So you see, during the election, we never hear much about that. You never hear much about that. So that was 2025. All right, let's go to 2026. 2026, the Prime Minister announced that ground will be broken for 2 STEM schools. You cannot make this up, my people.
So we're going back to the first STEM announced in Bernard Lodge with a ground broken for a steam to get to 2026 now,
Oh,
where
somebody asking what STEM? What is STEM? STEM is science, technology, engineering, and
engineering
mathematics.
and
Right.
math.
Right. And STEAM, it's the same thing. The A is for arts.
Yes.
So yeah, so it's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. All right. Look at this. No, go ahead, Kevin. Finish up. You said you started where?
Yes. So we started with 6 STEM schools being announced, the ground being broken for one STEAM school to come to 2026, where there are going to be 2 STEAM schools, one of them in Bernard Lodge, but the ground was broken for the one in Bernard Lodge back in 2023 or 24. Was it? Either way,
Bernard Lodge, I think it's 2024. Let me double check.
24. The ground was broken in 24.
1 second, please.
Ground broken. Where is it?
Ground is broken. The land had been identified. Ground broken. Was it 2025? Oh no, the ground was broken in 2020. 20 is over here, man. The ground was broken. So you see it right here. The ground was broken in 2022.
Plan to construct.
2022.
Sorry, I was even wronger. 22.
See it there?
Ground was broken for the first what? Scroll up. Like people see it.
Jamaica's first dedicated
2022. The ground was broken for the first STEAM school in Jamaica. Come back to 2026, please. And thanks.
Yes, sir. 2025. Hold on. Okay, here we go. The PM announced that ground will be broken for 2 STEM schools in Bernard Lodge, St. Catherine, and Minard, St. Anne. He has announced that 6 STEM schools and 1 STEAM school will now be built under NARA.
So the ground that was broken, what them to patch it?
Or maybe a car dropped down the night, you know.
Okay. So no, all right. This is that would give them a perfect opportunity to use some math, develop some engineering, apply some science and technology, and somebody can artistically get the car out of the broken ground and they'd have success.
See that? People, let me show you the commentary. The commentary will go along with this. It is hilarious. Here's the commentary that goes along with it. Remember, no, look at the topic. Look at the topic. STEAM. It just says STEAM/STEM. It says schoolhouse, jailhouse, and deadhouse. Now, here's the commentary that goes along with it. We're going to let off steam now. Let me read the commentary. It says, in 10 years in power, the Andrew Holness-led administration has not built one single solitary school of any type. I repeat, in 10 years in power, the Andrew Holness-led administration has not built one single solitary school of any type. The long top-down education infrastructure was easily ravaged by Hurricane Melissa. Schools, some damaged, still serve as shelters for the homeless almost 6 months after the passage of the hurricane, and you know that to be true. And nor has the government built a single modern prison. Despite the groundbreaking, the government has not built a single modern prison to replace the medieval hellholes in which citizens, including children, the mentally unhealthy, the diseased, the disabled, the unconvicted, and the elderly are held. Youth have been given a choice: jailhouse or deadhouse, judge or Jamaica. The government says an increasingly large amount of young, poor, Poorly educated black men are choosing to meet their maker rather than face Judge Dredd and a lifetime in hell. In 2019, the year the grand, listen to this, Kev. In my people, in 2019, the year the grand STEM school announcement was first made, the security forces fatally shot 86 citizens, the lowest number in over 2 decades, in 2019. In 2025, the now heavily invested in paramilitary police killed 311 citizens, an almost fourfold increase in 6 years. In 2019, the security forces killed 86 citizens. And in 2025, they killed 311. Let me play you a video. Let me play you this. Now, this video I'm about to play took place in America. But if you have absorbed what the last sentence I read to you, and if you've also absorbed what's going on in Jamaica regarding the security forces, this will resonate with you. Remember, this video is from America. Person is complaining about security forces, but you could easily say, this is Jamaica. Listen.
Young lady, watch this clip, guys.
And I'm 13 years old. All of you are adults. Adults, right? You can drive, you can drink, you can vote. I don't have that. When I asked my mom if I could be dropped off here, her response was, is it safe? Is it safe? You know, we had someone come up here and talk, don't teach our children to disobey those who are protecting us. I don't see them protecting me. If you want to talk about those protecting me, I look to those who are standing right now because my trust isn't in them. I don't trust any of you. I don't trust any of the police officers because you have shown time and time again that we cannot trust you. I go to City High Middle School, just voted the top high school in the state. You know what they teach us? Teach us to speak up for yourself. We're IB learners, right? We're smart. None of you are smart. None of you can recognize murderers. You can identify that there is a problem, but you cannot fix it. I don't know much about the law. Again, I'm young, but I'm pretty sure an accomplice to a murder should be arrested. And right now, all of you sitting and doing nothing are accomplices to a murder. I am frustrated, and frustrated can't even begin how absolutely terrified I am to live here. I'm expected to raise my kids here. I'm expected to go outside and walk my 5-year-old little brother. God forbid we look too scary. God forbid he accidentally is wearing his hood and we get the police called on us because we are window shopping to go steal later. I don't want to keep coming here. Trust me, this is not how I want to spend my night. I don't want to come here. I don't want to sit here and I don't want to have to beg you to stop killing people. That's not what I want to do. I have friends, I have other things that I could be doing, and I'm sitting in front of a group of adults who think murder is okay. And you can't sit here and tell me you don't think murder is okay because you're allowing it to happen. If you want to talk about God, you want to talk about Jesus, I'm a Christian. I don't know what God some of these people believe in, but it sure ain't mine. I have never read in the Bible where he said we should allow the people who are supposed to be protecting us kill us. I'm sorry, maybe I missed that scripture though. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Please, please do not make me sit here and scream another name. Do not sit here and make me beg. And God forbid that name is mine. God forbid that name is any of these people. God forbid. Thank you.
86 citizens killed by the police in 2019. 311 killed in 2025. And you don't hear a word about these extrajudicial killings coming from the government. No. No. Schoolhouse, jailhouse, dead house. Schoolhouse, jailhouse, dead house. All right. Very touching. Kev, should I do the letter now from my newest fan or no?
You probably should, because we need to draw a different gear, because as touching as that was, and I remember that video when it went into circulation, and the feeling I have now is no different from then. And I associate that with people in Jamaica, my people back home, and the fear. I remember going to a rehearsal in Almond Town as a musician, as a member of the church, and so a young church musician going to this rehearsal, and in my backpack was my music stand and my music. And police doing patrols. And when they pulled me, I almost said pulled me over. I was walking. When they stopped me to search my bag, there was one pointing his gun at me. The church I was going into, if I reached out my arm, I'd be touching the gate. That was my experience as a teenager. This year I turned 50. That experience lives on with me. Now, the children today, how for them story go? No joke thing. You see me chuckle here, I chuckle in amazement that we can say, come to Jamaica for our Diaspora conference, come enjoy the sun and the sea and the food and the. And this is what real Jamaica faces.
Yep.
There's nothing that we made up here. Nothing we've ever made up here on this broadcast. Everything that we have told you, we have shown you, is from what was presented to the people of Jamaica. This is Jamaica. Provost.
Yes, Professor, you're absolutely correct. I mean, I've gone through some of the situations you mentioned where I was accosted by policemen and soldiers, and it's kind of emotional. I'll talk about it some other time. But folks, we're going to move to another topic now. And this is quite interesting. It's interesting on several levels, including the fact that I received a letter from the Speaker of the House, Mrs. Juliet Holness. I'm sure you remember this. This, ladies and gentlemen, we've talked about this, and we should not stop talking about this. This is a report from the commission. Still call them the commission. And I hope you understand why I call them the commission and not the integrity commission, because there's no integrity, at least in this case, there's no integrity to this investigation. But it's about allegations of procurement irregularities and conflict of interest in the award of contracts to Market Me Consulting Limited by the Ministry of Health and Wellness. The name you don't see mentioned, there are two names. You don't see Lindsay McDonough and you don't see Minister Christopher Tufton. But those, when they talk about the conflict of interest and the procurement irregularities, those are the two primary names. There are other names involved, but those two names, the minister and a lady who is now, based on everything we've seen in social media, is significant other. And we went through the part where she said, oh, at the time that I was receiving the contracts from his ministry, I was in a professional relationship with him. And she gave the dates. She said from 2017 till 2020, somewhere around there. I was in a professional relationship. But then when you look at the contracts and the dates, you see that she received contracts in 2021, I believe, and 2022. And then you ask yourself, were you in a professional what relationship were you in with him after that professional relationship ended in 2020? What relationship were you in with him in 2021 and 2022? Because you received contracts during that time period. Let me just quickly oh, here it is. Yeah, here it is. She said she's right here, 2019, that's when she said her relationship with, up to that point, from this point, 2017, from 2017 to 2019, somewhere around here, she said, yeah, to 2019, my relationship with the minister was purely professional. So then the question is, so what kind of relationship was it after 2019? Because guess what? She received 4 contracts. She received 2 in 2020 and 2 in 2021. See where I'm going with this, folks? But that's not why I'm showing you this investigation. Here is why. Here's why I'm showing you. The commission conducted its investigation. And it said, look, we're going to make some recommendations and we're going to come up with some anti-corruption initiatives. They made it clear that what the minister did was seemingly in violation of laws and of procedures, policies. And I'll show you the exact words they use. But they made some recommendations, and they made recommendation to the permanent, right here, the permanent secretary. And they said, here are some things that Ministry of Health and Wellness, here are some things that we want you to do. We want you to refrain from using direct contracting, which is every single contract that lady, Market Me, received was a direct. Market Me did not compete for any of the contracts that I just showed you that list. And she said they must make sure that you have a plan for value for money. And this is, they're talking to the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Health and Wellness. You must do this, you must do that, all of these things. And there is something here that they did that, okay, look at this. It says the DI recommends 7.6. See this? In green. The DI recommends that this report, this damning report, be referred to the permanent secretary. This report went to Parliament, went to the Speaker of the House, Speaker Juliet Holness, and she tabled it. That this particular recommendation says that we are recommending that this report be referred to the permanent secretary for a determination to be made as to whether the government has suffered any loss, and if so, to cause such loss to be appropriately recovered. Now, this, you know what would have been easy and what would have been more effective is for the commission to say, we're going to report this to the Auditor General, have her look into this. If that's part of her mandate, have her look into this. And then let the Auditor General refer the matter for a surcharge to the Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance and Public Service. They're sending it to the Permanent Secretary. What do you think is going to happen over in that ministry? You think they're going to come out with anything? Make a determination as to whether government has suffered any loss. We should be doing ATIs to find out what, if anything, has the Permanent Secretary done. Keep in mind, people, there is a date here I want to show you. This came out, I think it's look at the date on this. This came out in July of 2025. See it right here. Right here, July of 2025. Keep that date in mind. All right. Now, so they're telling the Permanent Secretary to determine if there was any loss, and then, you know, get a surcharge action. Essentially, that's what they're saying to her. To recover the funds. Here it is right here.
But Provost.
Mm-hmm. There it is.
Is she the person that they should be asking about surcharge actions?
No, the surcharge action should be coming from the Auditor General to the Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance and Public Service. That's what should have happened.
Oh, okay.
But they're giving it to the Permanent Secretary who works for the minister. You can't make this up. The Permanent Secretary works for the minister. Stay with me, people, because we're getting to the meat of the matter. Now, here is the recommendation, and it's going to the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, who in July of last year was, and still is, Mrs. Juliet Holness. Look at this short recommendation. It says, having regard to the conflict of interest concerns around Dr. Tufton's introduction of Market Me and his friendship with its co-director, Ms. McDonough, and his subsequent involvement in discussions from which he ought properly to have been recused. There are three things there they mentioned. They said his friendship with her, the conflict of interest around the introduction of Market Me, that's one. His friendship with the co-director of Market Me, that's two. And his involvement in discussions from which he ought properly to have been recused. Three things, three issues they're saying. They say the DI recommends that this matter be referred to the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives. Now you reading this, you would walk away concluding that the Speaker is supposed to do something because the commission referred the matter to her. But what you're going to see, people, is how, what's the title for today? The title for today is who run, what governs parliamentary procedures, government badness, ignorance, or the standing orders? Keep that in mind, because they sent this to her, and essentially they're saying for action deemed appropriate. For action deemed appropriate based on these three things with the minister, we're sending it to you. Otherwise, why send it to her? So I looked at this and I said, I haven't seen anything in writing. I haven't heard anything. I haven't seen anything in writing where the speaker took any action against the minister. Because remember now, she cannot take action against Mrs. McDonough. Miss McDonough is not a parliamentarian. But reading this, you would think, okay, she can take action against the minister. So what did I do? I wrote to the speaker. And I believe I also wrote to the parliamentary clerk or somebody else. And I said, listen, I need to know what's going on, Speaker. You need to tell me what's going on. Normally, when you do an ATI, you get a response from the ATI responsible officer, meaning the person, the intake officer, or from another person, but not the minister, not the person in charge of the office. You won't get that. So I was shocked when I got a letter from the speaker. I was very shocked.
Now we know who are the real big man around here.
It didn't say with love, though. It didn't say with love at the end of it. That would be nice.
That's because it didn't come from the Gmail account.
Right, but she didn't put with love.
Not like the other email that you wrote.
Remember we talked about it the other day, saying that it is believed that she has used her personal Gmail account to do some government stuff. I believe we saw something to that effect, but don't hold me to that. We'll get to that some other time. Here is what happened. Where we have the letter? Okay. Oh, no, that's not it. Where's the letter? Okay, here's the letter. By the way, before I enlarge the letter so you can actually read it, fasten your seatbelts, because what she did, she exposed the system and she exposed parliamentarians. On both sides of the aisle, but especially the opposition. She exposed them. There it is. Speaker of the House of Representatives. She sent it to me by email, April 14. She put my name. She said, dear Mr. Rattigan, I want to clarify the request you made in your ATI about this. She said, in response to purported ATI request. It's not a purported ATI request, Madam Speaker. It is a genuine request. The information that I'm seeking, you may question it, but you can't question saying that it's not an ATI request. It's an ATI request, but you may say the information you're requesting does not fall within the ambit, the scope of ATI. And it says Integrity Commission report dated July 21st, 2025, mark it me. Now, what I just showed you, the referral to the speaker, remember what I said, based on the fact that they said that they're sending it to her for the 3 issues, for essentially action deemed appropriate, meaning take care of this. That's why I wrote to her. Now, here it is. It says, I write in response to your email of March 30, 2026, and look, April 14. So she's very efficient. I wish the rest of the government could be this efficient. Because we have one we're going to show you where over a year I'm waiting. But it says, I write in response to your email requesting information in relation to the caption matter, stated to be made under the Access of Information Act. Now, shall I go straight me out now, you know? Watch here now. You say, at the outset, it is noted that your request does not fall within the scope of an access to information request as contemplated by the Access to Information Act, in that it does not seek access to a specific official document, but instead requests an explanation or account of actions allegedly taken. Madam Speaker, with all due respect, I'm asking for an official accounting of action that you took against Minister Tufton. That is well within the remit of the Access to Information Act. It's well within. But you can beat me down, that's fine. So she said, when you are asked for, it doesn't fall within the ATI. And then she said, notwithstanding this, and this is where I have to give her credit, because she could have stopped right there and said, it doesn't fall within the ambit of the ATI Act, and therefore that's the end of it. But she said, notwithstanding this, meaning that even though I believe that it doesn't fall within the ATI Act, in the interest of clarity, I'm going to teach you now, Mr. Rattigan. I'm going to give you a civics lesson. Right. She said, your request proceeds on an inaccurate premise as to both the content of the report and the role of the Honorable Speaker. So what she's saying is that your ATI request, you know, the premise of it, saying that the commission sent it to me and therefore I have to take action. And what action have I taken? Provide documentation showing what action I've taken. She said, that is wrong. She said, as far as my role of the speaker is concerned, that is wrong. And then she goes on, she said, section 77, which is what I just showed you. She said, right here. She said, the section I showed you in the report, she said, it does not impose any obligation on the speaker to investigate, determine, or otherwise act upon the matters referenced therein. So she's saying, even though the commission says they're referring the matter to me, it doesn't confer any obligation on me to do anything except one thing. And that is to table it. It says, she says right here, it merely records a recommendation that the matter be referred to me. And that is true. But it's more than just mere. This has to do with some serious actions by a minister. So it's not just a mere referral, it's a referral to do something. But she's saying, no. She says, upon receipt of the report, the speaker acted strictly in accordance with the Constitution and the standing orders by ensuring that the report was formally laid before the House, meaning that it was tabled. In fact, it says right here, the report was duly tabled in the House of Representatives on October. This in and of itself is a problem still enough because it's dated July 21st. And then she tabled it October 7th. So the question is, if it's dated July 21st, I'd like to know when did she actually receive it? Because it shouldn't take, if she received it, let's say July 30th, it shouldn't take until October 7th to table it. And I know she's busy, but she has a staff. And remember now, tabling it, she doesn't have to do anything, All she's doing is just putting it out there. She take the report, and that's it. She's not going in and correcting and making changes and calling them and say, hey, you need to change this and you need to do. No. Tabling just means that the work is finished. So now we can give it to the parliamentarians and the public. That's all it means. Now, she said that it was tabled October 7th, thereby placing the, look at this language, thereby placing the matter before whom? Before who? Before the Parliament for its consideration. This constitutes the appropriate and complete procedural response available to the speaker. So what she's saying is what they wrote, that recommendation to me has no effect, because the only thing I have to do under our system is just to table it. It doesn't give me the right to do anything else. So you're asking me what action did I take against Minister Tufton? I took no action. You know why? Because I didn't have to take any action. I only had to table the matter. I just had to say the investigation is over. There's nothing. It's complete. Parliament, here it is. That's it. Right? It gets better, people. It gets better. And Madam Holness, if you're watching, I just want to tell you thanks for this. And by the way, there's another letter that's outstanding. I hope that you'll find it convenient to provide a response to that second one. It's two of them. This is just a response to one. It says, look at her language right here. For completeness, she said, Mr. Rattigan, I'm going to open up your eyes to what's going on, because apparently you don't know. Don't follow the literal meaning of what you've read in the report. Don't follow that. When it says for recommendation and you're interpreting it to mean for action deemed appropriate by the speaker to take action against Minister Tufton, she said, no, Mr. Rattigan, no. I'm going to school you now. Remember, she could have stopped from the first paragraph. She said, no, for completeness and clarity, I'm going to school you. She said, for completeness, any further action in respect of the conduct of a member is governed by Standing Order 77A, which requires the initiation and approval of a substantive motion by no fewer than 16 members of the House to trigger consideration by a select committee, such as the Ethics Committee. The Speaker has no authority to unilaterally initiate, influence, or determine such a process. Guess what, people? She's right.
The lady did her job.
She's 100% correct, and I'm going to show you. I'm showing you what she said. But following the completion of my explanation about this letter, I'm going to show you that she's right. She's right. What she said? She said, all I have to do is table it. Now, guess what? The parliamentarians, if they want to bring action to discipline Mr. Tufton, they have to do it. And we need a minimum of 16 people to trigger a consideration by a committee. She said, therefore, right here, the only action properly taken and required to be taken by the Speaker was the tabling of the report. No additional action falls within the lawful remit of the Speaker absent a resolution of the House, meaning that the House would have to say, Speaker, you have to take action, and you know they're not going to do that. So she said, so Mr. Rattigan, please be guided accordingly. Love the most, no, sorry. You're sincerely the most Holness. And there's her signature right also. Right? And there's her title right here. No. People, let me tell you something. She's right. She is correct. You know what she just did? You want to know what she just did? She just said, Mr. Rattigan, don't write me and blame me and call me nothing. Go talk to the opposition. 16 of them could have caused an investigation into what Mr. Tufton did, despite what you see in the report. It has nothing to do with me. It's them. It's up to them. No. Kevin, where they standing? Oh, all right, see ya. All right. Which one she said? She said it was 77. All right, 77. And I was reading it for something different. I was reading the standing orders because I'm like a study guy. I was reading it for something else. And I actually have a list of stuff I want to discuss with you today about it. And I actually highlighted that particular section, 77. All right. Here it is right here. Referral of matters to, oh, sorry, up there. See it here. Referral of matters to select committee. It says, a matter may be referred to a select committee if, on the question being put, at least 16 members of the House so decide. You see what she just done say? She just done say, go talk to the opposition if you want action taken. Because, of course, the Jamaica Labour Party members, they're not going to do this.
Not at all.
They're not going to do this to one of their own. So she's saying, don't talk to me. Go talk to the opposition. Make 6, and how many opposition members we have? 28. And you hear some of them talk about tough than this, tough than that, tough. And you say, well, wait a minute. 77A, have you raised this matter? People, it is fundamental that we read and we understand. And remember what I've said to you, and I continue to say, do not be impressed by politicians who get up and scream the top of them lungs and insult people and carry on. And we say, yeah, man, the wassy man are going with. No. Be impressed with people who stand up and say, Minister, I stand on Rule 77A. I would like an investigation into the matter concerning the conflict of interest and the friendship and the meetings that Minister Tufton attended when he should have recused himself. I would like it to go before a select committee so we can investigate. And then guess who in charge of some of the select committees? Opposition members. Why hasn't that been done? Why hasn't that been done? And because say we don't know if it's been done. We don't know if it's been done. I stand correct. We don't know if it's been done. But here is the point. If it hasn't been done, why?
And if it has been done, what was done and what was the outcome?
We not hear nothing about it.
And Juliet Rowe asked a good question. Is it too late for actions to be taken?
No. No, Juliet Rowe. No. The next sitting, 16 of them can get up and say, we want a select committee to look into the investigative reporting provided by the commission that was tabled in last year regarding Market Me. They can get up and they can do it. People, let me ask you a question. How many members of the opposition filing ATIs? I am not a member of the opposition. I'm a member of no party in Jamaica. I've never registered, never voted. I have no affiliation. In fact, I can tell you that at one point somebody asked me to join the Jamaica Labour Party. I said no. Somebody brought a form for the PNP and said sign it. And I said no, because I'm standing on the side of the people. I'm not standing on the side of a political party. Any political party that is for the people, they will hear from me. They will say yes, you're doing what is right. How many of them have filed ATIs? Guess what? You know who can file ATIs? You know who can? Anybody in this world. A Chinese living in China can write to the ATI, can submit an ATI request. Can do it. Anybody can do it. So why is it we don't see more politicians doing it? You know who does most of this work? Jeanette Calder, JAMP.
Mm-hmm.
They do most of this work. I'm a distant, whatever number I am, I'm behind them. They file these things by the dozens. I'm only one person. I'm trying my best. And look, the speaker wrote to me, and she's essentially saying, Mr. Rattigan, you chat too much. Go ask the. If you want to make an impression, don't come to me. Go to the opposition. See there? No. It's right there. And people.
Sorry. Somebody said they didn't specify if it was the opposition that needs to be the 16 members of the House. They said 16 members of the House. True.
Yeah, but the JLP not going to do it.
Why would they?
No, and then
they're not standing on principle.
Andrea Burke said if this was tabled before September 3rd, PNP wouldn't have 16. No, Angela, you're correct. But since September 3rd, they have 28. So Becca said them find them footing in a parliament and count out all of September, right? So now you have October, November, December, January, February, March, April, 7 months. 7 months. And what happened during that 7 month period? We hear them are cussed Tufton, you know. We hear the opposition are cussed Tufton, and rightly so. Rightly so, he deserves it. But you remember what I said to you, you know, you cannot just be emotional about these things. You have to be strategic, right? You have to be strategic. And the strategy is, there is a rule that says you can now bring up Tufton, and it's not just Minister Tufton, you can bring up any minister. You can bring up any minister. So you can bring up Dr. Chang, you can bring up Minister Faval Williams. That might be sinful though if you do that. But you can bring her up. You can just 16 and you get up. So since September 3rd, they can do this. They can do this. Let me just OT, I think of June. June at me say, hurry up and go over the rest of the stuff them. Let me move this. What we are going to do now quickly, we don't have much time left. We're going to show you how the people that you select and paying these big salaries. Oh, wait, name, government badness. Government badness, ignorance, or the standing orders. How them use, which one them use in Parliament. Some of them come so unprepared. So unprepared. All right, let me show you something. We'll move on to another topic. The way we're leaving this topic is that opposition, get your act together. I was so pleased when I saw them come out under the press conference, and I've been saying all along that they should get 4 or 5 of the young members who have the time and have the research skills to dig into the problematic ministries, agencies, and departments, and then provide a report to the executive membership, so that then they can do maybe once every 3-4 months, they can do a press conference on a particular ministry or on an event. They recently did it. I'm hoping that it will be a trend. But look at this, people. We need not get to, you're not going to kill me, you know, because I'm supposed to get to Speaker Holness's her interview, but hold on. Let me go to 4. It's 4. Kevin is the one from
2 weeks ago, yeah.
All right, let me do this. All right. 4. All right, look at this, people.
Well, if somebody will release their mic to put you on, Frank.
You want to ask a question? You want to follow?
Just a follow. In relation to the cost, the buyback, can the Auditor General help us in terms of what you think of if you had done any check in relation to market value for those buyback?
Let's see.
Market value for the
Try
items.
this one up quick, Kevin. Because we have a lot. We now get to it.
Somebody have to release the mic so I can turn on the AG's mic.
You have to
Through
get
you,
the
Mr.
one.
Chairman. No, we did not do a check of market value we spoke specifically to the CIF value, and the focus was really on the practice.
You have to use, why you turn off the mic? I think the concern members have.
Let me skip through this, people. Hold on a second then. All right, I think all right, I said that.
In that area.
All right.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to kind of delve a little bit deeper in that. Can you name the...
Now, what you're going to hear, and I hope this is a section, you're going to hear from Junior Minister, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. And what you're going to see demonstrated in your front of your very eyes, colossal ignorance. I mean, big ignorance. I always say ignorance for some people, and they say, well, I'm ignorant in Jamaica, it means that, you know, I'm about temper or something like that. But what we mean when it's ignorance, we're talking about dumb. You don't know.
The lack of knowledge.
Lack of knowledge. And she's a member of the committee. She's coming in there and she's supposed to come prepared. She only had to read one document for this. And that's the Auditor General's report. One document. One.
Company or companies that, when you mentioned about this particular document that was signed by someone who apparently had left the company, that was no longer the CEO. Can you name the company or the companies for those particular documents?
I want to get to the part, Kevin, which part to say.
I have the document for one of those companies.
And which company is that? Supposedly had signed that.
One of the two signatures.
One of the two.
Let me say for the second.
City of the West Indies Hospital. We know that Jack Den provides janitorial services to the University of the West Indies. Are the other companies that were named in this, the other three companies, do they have any direct employment contract with the University of the West Indies?
Only one, Supreme Laundry.
And
we have done business with Scientific Medical because we buy things from them, and Wilman Sales also.
And let me ask the question. We went to, you know, this is, you know, important to me because I do understand that a number of Jamaicans die each year because they cannot get on a public dialysis machine. I've paid for a number of my constituents to go privately from West Royal St. Andrew to receive dialysis treatment because diabetes is a major non-communicable disease in the country. So when I hear that a company is possibly getting a buyback and making money from these dialysis machines, are they, since they were bought back?
No, sorry. I can't correct you.
People, let me stop it right there, son. This is a disgrace. She's asking if the dialysis machines were bought back. It's right there in the report. In the report, it basically tells you that the dialysis machines never went to UA. And she's there wasting time asking, did the machine, was there a buyback? Did the machine, hold on there.
No buyback.
No.
So wait, you guys jump on this one fast, see?
Them correct car. And you share a response?
Well, I'm trying to find out. So those dialysis machines are where? Are they with the university or are they at the company, Jack Den?
As I heard by the customs said that the company stated that
listen to the question she asked people. She's in Parliament, you know. I'm not in Parliament. I mean, know the answer. You know why? Because I read the report. You don't have to go anywhere else. You just read the report. And the report, the Auditor General was very specific. You know what the Auditor General said? Kevin, hold on there. Which part the Auditor General report there? The one with Sita, like this?
The one in the UAE?
Yeah. Jack then. No. Is it this? No.
It should be up there under the UE.
On the UE. Sorry. We have too many miscellaneous. So you put miscellaneous at the top now. Not me. And are you put it there?
No.
Press release. No, terms of reference. No, UE counts in front. Press release. All right, Cynthia. All right. Let me show them something. Let me show the people something. All right. People, look at this. And I hope she's watching or somebody close to her watching so that them can instruct her. This is this Auditor General's report. Did you see this? Improper use of tax exemption to secure 10.1 million. That's Jack then. That's the one she's talking about. This is page what? 41. Look right up on page 41. Look right, so we're not green. It says, we further conducted an audit inspection of the dialysis unit at the University Hospital of the West Indies on July 2nd, 2025, where we observed 26 dialysis machines, of which 15 were out of service for various reasons and only 11 were operational. Sekia, none of which were from the set of 12 dialysis machines imported in 2024. None. People, we have a deficit in the Parliament. Big deficit in the Parliament. Some of you people in the constituencies, in your constituencies, I am sure I will bet my last dollar that uno better than the politicians and we are representing them. I am sure uno better than the politicians that are representing, uno better than some of the ministers here. I am sure. The Almighty, when he show intelligence in the people, he never give rich people a monopoly upon it. He never say only rich people are going to have brains. What happened is rich people have more opportunities. But the natural ability to absorb and understand, who do we have it? We don't exercise it. And sometimes when we exercise, we just don't have the opportunity. But we know somehow uno in our community, uno better than the politicians them who represent uno. We know that. You can't tell me, say, somebody will live up on the hill, them will represent you because you can't represent yourself. Them have more brains than you, them better than you. Them can't think. You can't think. You are just a doer. You just do things. You cannot tell me that, my people. You cannot tell me that, because that being the case, guess what happened? Kevin and I would not be here. Kevin and I would not be here if intelligence resided only in rich people. We would not be here. So she come up with our nonsense and it hurt me. Hurt me. 6:21. We don't have much time. Let me just show you this one. Which one is it, Kevin? The The one where we are gonna go now. We are gonna go now and show how government badness run parliament. Which one? Hold on. Kevin, me so frustrated when me say Kevin, government badness. Oh, you have government badness. Hey, Kevin has a file called government badness. We're gonna show you. But is this the one, Kevin? Does this have the one with Julian Robinson doing them call him down? Number 4. No, it's not 4.
That would be in. No, I think that one is 3. Is 3 of that?
It's 3. Hold on. Yeah. No. 3 is. Yeah, it's 3. It's 3. All right. Hold on. People. Let me show you what going on in the parliament now. It's no longer standing orders, you know. Because I can show in the standing orders where the violations are committed multiple times in a day. If I were in parliament, I'm telling you, it would be different. Because you know why? I'm not going inside here and threatening people. I'm going inside here with the standing orders and say the standing orders say you must do this. And what them going to say? What them going to say? No, me could show you some government badness. All right? With the government badness, they know, Kevin. Hold on. That's one right there. Let me bring down the 4 of them at the same time.
Oh, yeah, load them up. Okay.
Yeah, I'll load them. That's 1. That's 2. Video file. That's 3. And that's 4. Let me say a big shout out to the team, you know. Kevin Stew, producer Joan, and producer OT. Big request to the team. All right. We call this government badness. Here's one right here. And believe me, you've seen all of them, but we'll compile them for you because we compile them to show you what's going on in Parliament, something that happened this week. This week, because of ignorance and government badness.
Speaking, I do not expect anybody to cut off my mic. I came back here.
Warmington.
Let me finish.
Member Warmington.
First mistake, Warmington. You don't call people by their name in Parliament. You say member. That's a sign of disrespect. So you could get up and in fact, I don't want to go back and forth right now. Let me just finish the government badness. Finish the government badness.
On a point of order.
No.
On
Chairman, you don't call point of order.
From the chair. Member Warmington, you have several mics on, and I don't even need to call on any privilege as chair.
Madam
You
Speaker.
had other persons also making a point of order.
But they can't cut me off in the middle of it.
Have no clue if you're finished, and I didn't know
I
your
was
mic
not
was off.
I did not complete what I'm
So
saying, Madam
kindly
Chairman.
complete your statement.
Madam Chairman, may I say to you, you cannot call point of order as Chairman and Speaker.
I don't even
Point
want to
of
use
order
privilege.
can come from under the floor.
That is how you deal with the government badness. And look who's dealing. Look who a caller. Look who a caller upon the carpet. Not the opposition. On our own. On our own.
From you.
You had one. You had one from the floor.
No. The chairman can't call point of order on me. We can call point of order, not the chair or the speaker. But I'm saying that I've never seen it in my 30 years here.
Yes, and you have said that before, and you will not repeat in the House. Complete your
Chairman.
Complete your intervention, Member
Madam
Warmington.
Chairman.
Member Warmington.
Madam Chairman.
Complete your intervention without repetition.
I have the greatest respect for you, but do not. I have the largest number of votes in this House, 10,000 plus. So do not do it. And don't cut me off either. Let me speak. I'm saying when a member raises an issue, it's only a minister can respond in his house, not permanent secretary officers. I'm trying to get attention of this house. I came in Haiti, never before. But I don't finish yet. Can't cut me off. I'm saying only the minister can respond. The permanent secretary, technical officer must advise her what to say. Don't cut off my mic, Don't do it again.
Government badness
No,
one.
no, no. You know what I'm talking about? No, no, no.
Right. It's government badness.
Thank you very much,
Chair,
Mr.
this is not a question. When the session is finished, I would like to raise some housekeeping issues because I find your behavior absolutely rude.
That will be
and
under
I
AOB.
find new members not appreciating that some of us sat and listened
we'll deal with that
before
in
we
AOB.
start.
Mr. Morris?
Government badness too. You should talk to the chairman. She said you're rude. That's what she said to him. And then she started making comments about new members. Here's government badness 3.
Go ahead, member.
Minister, I noticed that the Postal Corporation of Jamaica,
turn up this one.
revenue.
Yeah, you go have to turn up this one.
Commercial services.
No, I'm trying to find
I'm concerned and I'm asking, what has been the implication of
I wrote down the
executive order to suspend duty-free
the timeline point.
treatment
timeline 225.
for all countries? How has this impacted, or how will it impact?
Okay. All right, let's start.
Member, could you repeat your question, and if you could be a little bit more specific?
The question, Minister, is that quite a few post offices were affected by Melissa. As a matter of fact, most post offices are closed. How are you projecting to increase commercial services revenue for 26-27? They were badly affected by Melissa and closed. How are you projecting to increase commercial services revenue in addition to the executive order by the U.S., where the Postal Corporation is revenue for packages under $800? That's a main income stream for the Postal Corporation. That would have been affected by the executive order of August 2025. But you're projecting an increase in commercial services revenue. What is it that the Postal Corporation will be doing to fill this revenue that you're projecting?
All right, so the projections there would come from the entity who best understand the business that they're in, the different streams of business,
Please, somebody help this
what
lady.
they will be
Help
able
her.
to do in the coming year to maintain and improve their revenues. As I said earlier on, that entity has not, through the budget process, brought to our attention any negative impact that it is seeing, and I'm sure if it was, it would be reflected in their ask of the Ministry of Finance, because to the extent that their revenues are negatively impacted, they would have to make it up someplace else, and generally it's to the Ministry of Finance that they come, and we have not seen, we haven't gotten that information that they are suffering at all from that policy in the U.S.
In essence, Minister, you're saying that you're not equipped to answer the question then?
So no. Let me respond because obviously
Turn up channel 3, Ratty. Turn up channel 3, Provost.
have an appreciation or know of the budget process. All right? Does not. She just does not know. I'm trying to explain to her. I am explaining to her that there is a budget call that goes out. The ministries and departments and agencies put together their own budget. They come to the Ministry of Finance for discussion and analysis of what they put together. Ministries that are having issues or they think that they will need some help from the Ministry of Finance because of whatever the marketplace is throwing up at them, that is when we would get that information. To the extent that it did not show up during the budget process, it is safe to assume that the entity is not seeing anything that would negatively impact its revenue projections. So that's the answer. So just because you don't like the answer does not mean that I've not provided you with an answer.
Member, do you have any additional questions?
I'd like to make a statement.
No, member, no statement necessary.
Minister?
No, member, no statement necessary. Do you have any additional questions? Any additional questions?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, after which it is Member Dawes and then Member Jackson. No, not you yet, Member Jackson. Dawes and then Jackson. Member, go to your next question, please.
Minister, while I can appreciate being a new member.
No statements. It is at your next question. No, your next question. Listen, member, when you make comments to the minister is going to answer you as well. So if you can't take the heat, you have to stay out of the kitchen. But we move to the next one. No. You can't say anything. You have to move to the next one. Yes, and you can't make any statement again. Member, do you have any more questions? You have any more questions?
Minister?
Member, you have any more questions, not statement?
Minister? Minister?
Member Miller Bennett, do you have any more questions?
Member, I will not go out of character to match yours.
Member Daly? Member Daly?
I wish your name again.
Member Daly, please control yourself. Do you have any more questions? Please, members, allow the member to ask her question if she have another question.
Minister.
Your mic is on.
Jesus.
Member Miller Bennett. Member Miller Bennett. Member Miller Bennett, if you are taking instructions from other members in the House before you can move to your next question, if you have no other question, then you would have to let me know you have no other question so I can move to the next member. So I've been asking you, do you have another question? And if you can ask your next question. You notice I've been asking her?
You muted. You muted.
Minister, is it because I might be new to the process? Why is it you believe I cannot ask about gaps in the revenue? And for your information,
member, your next question.
I have independent thought and action.
Member, your next question.
No question
and that is not a
asked.
budget number. That's another statement.
My question is, Minister.
Turn it on. Turn on the mic. Turn on the mic, Edda.
Good, man. Good.
Member Dawes, please turn on your mic. Member Dawes.
You can give us a little more volume on 3.
Member Jackson, you're after Member Dawes.
I'll yield to
Member Jackson.
The recording is low.
Go ahead, Member Jackson.
Madam Chair, I have a question on 16,004. But before
Yeah, the recording itself was low. You can put the channel at regular volume.
You can hear me, right?
Yeah, man, loud.
Yeah, no, I had to turn down my mics so that I could turn. Yeah, otherwise you get the feedback. Right, so that's what happened. Right. So that's government badness, 3. Now, here's another one.
All right. You start last year with $8 billion on the spark.
That's correct.
And it was reduced to
237.
Own private arrangements. The government of Jamaica cannot interfere in a contract between private parties.
But who prepared the contract?
What?
Who prepared the contract for the main contractors?
That contract is long prepared and gone.
Members and Chairman, I want to ask the question.
Madam Chairperson.
You can't tell me what to ask.
Mr. Azan, let me explain to you how it works. The government of Jamaica had an international tender with several...
Minister, in responding to that question, please make it very clear as it relates to that contract and which fiscal period it falls under, because the member cannot tell me that he cannot ask a question that does not relate to this fiscal year at all. No. So it's latitude.
That's not the point he was making. His point was who negotiated.
You know, Chairman, I think you should listen. You cannot. I'm asking the minister a question, not you.
And that is not a contract from when that you're asking about. I listen to your question.
No. I think you're...
She's preempting it.
No, you can't tell me what to ask.
Go ahead, Richard.
All right.
Yeah. Minister, I'm saying...
What was your question?
All right. Let me stop it right there. There's so much inside of this thing. People, I promised to tell you that we'll be talking about privity of contract, right? I wanted to explain that to you, but we'll get to it another time because right after that, Minister Morgan mentioned it. And so I need all of you to be well acquainted with the legal term privity of contract so people can't trick you with it because there are exceptions to it. The general rule is that only the parties to a contract can actually really deal with the issues coming out of that another party, a third party cannot. But there are exceptions, trusts and agency and all that. We'll explain that, all right? Now, here's the one that this is the one that we're going to spend the rest of the time talking about. Let me get, is it 4 is not it, right? You said it's 3, right, Kevin?
Yeah.
All right. 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, Julian Robinson. All right. Now, people, what you're going to witness now is government badness. You're going to watch how they treat the Speaker of the PAC, the the Public Accounts Committee. They did the same thing with Mr. Peter Bunting. Speaker, who's a member of that committee, she did that. And this lady, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, I call her Juliet Holness Jr. because she's trying so hard to be like Juliet Holness with her demeanor, her tone, her tenor, choice of language, the whole thing, very abrasive. She's trying so hard to be like her. And I'm going to show you what the opposition should have done. And I'm going to show you in the standing orders. And I was kind of surprised when the issue came up because I thought that Mr. Julian Roberts, is that his name, Julian Roberts, that he would have stood his ground as the speaker and he would have reached to the standing orders. In fact, he called the clerk and the clerk explained and they shouted them down. You know what? Enough talking. Here we go.
So Hossein, can you say whether the university hospital...
Let me get to it.
Member.
Here.
Yes, a non-member of the committee cannot...
Fitzjackson is here and
okay.
The employees' contribution.
And here's, let me set up the scenario for you. Member Fitzjackson, a parliamentarian, is not a member of the Public Accounts Committee. But he walked into the room and he wanted to ask a question. And the chairman, Julian Robinson, not Roberts, Julian Robinson, he saw him and he said, he, meaning Mr. Julian Robinson, said he reached out to the clerk and said, is it okay for a parliamentarian who's not a member of the committee to first come into the meeting and two, ask a question. Now, truth be told, this looked like it was a setup because the Fitzjackson walked, MP Fitzjackson walked into the room, and then Speaker, Chairman Robinson, he knew that he was going to ask a question. I don't know if he raised his hand. I don't think he stood, which is what you're supposed to do in Parliament. You're supposed to stand. But I don't know, it sounds contrived to me, like he walked in and then he wanted to ask a question and he wanted to recognize him. But I'm going to have you watch the video and we're going to analyze it. Here we go.
Not paid over, and whether that would impact current employees who might want to access an NHT benefit, for example, and retired employees who might want to access their NIS benefits.
May I just add, Mr. Chairman, just to make sure there's no misunderstanding, as we speak, no one has had a problem in accessing their benefits because we have made arrangements and no one has been denied a benefit based on our record for both NIS and for NHT.
All right, well, I still need to know what that outstanding sum is.
I can provide that, Mr. Chair.
All right, Member Member of Parliament Fitzjackson is here, and just for the purposes of the committee, any member of Parliament can come to a committee, can ask a question, but would not have voting rights. Would not have voting rights. No, I sought the guidance of the committee clerk, that the member can ask a question but would not have voting rights.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, okay, hold on. Can I, Madam Legislative Clerk?
He can participate. Read it.
Yeah. Let me, no, I'm not making it up because I asked the clerk. I know. Could you ask the clerk to be here?
I wonder why these members want to gag me in the parliament. I wonder why.
Member Jackson, hold for me, please. Just release your mic. Release your mic. Member Jackson, release your mic. Sorry, I'm going to ask the committee clerk because I did before in relation to members of parliament who are not members of the committee. Could you indicate? You said a non-member can ask questions, right? Yes. Indicate so, because they're indicate so. Go ahead. No, because I told you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, a non-member of the committee can attend the meetings. They can ask questions. They just can't vote or have any input in the decision making. Yes. Yes. With the permission of...
Is that, wait, I'm asking a question. Is that, Mr. Chairman, with the permission of the members of the PAC, or is that unilateral decision by the chairman to invite anyone? Because if we knew that, then we would have probably invited some of our members. What is, please explain to us, is that a unilateral decision, or is that a decision that should be made by the committee members?
Hold on 1 second. I had to pause it because you who are there are going to boldly ask the question, is that unilateral? Because if we knew that, you got boldly ask that question, miss. At that point, you sit down and you take notes.
Guided by your answer.
It would be with the permission of the committee, but the committee does not need permission. A member does, over the years that I've been here and it has been practiced, no member has needed permission to attend a meeting. They just need permission to participate, and they can't make any form of input in terms of decisions.
And so, Mr. Chairman, members, and so, Mr. Chairman, what I like order. I like order. And so I would want to find out, is it the permission from us, the members, in advance, or to just allow someone to come in and then ask for permission and vote on that to find out if that member can participate?
Okay, the member can attend the meeting. In order to participate, the permission of the committee has to be sought by the member, and the committee has to give their consent for the member to participate.
Right, so that permission was not sought, Mr. Chairman, by you to ask us if the member of parliament can participate.
So having been guided by the clerk.
You don't just ambush a committee meeting like that, Mr. Chairman. You don't just ambush a committee meeting like that. And I will not stand for that. As a member, I will not stand for that. We are a parliament of law and order. And if we're going to do something, do it by the books.
Yep,
and so you can ask for permission, but I'm not going to participate in something like this where you allow someone to just come into a meeting, a member of parliament, to just come in and open his mic to ask a question. No, this is improper.
I sought the guidance of the committee clerk when I saw Member Jackson come in. And the guidance of the... I saw the guidance of the committee clerk when I saw Member Jackson, and the committee clerk indicated that a non-member could come to a committee meeting, could participate, but would not enjoy the rights of a member, right? 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 Are we? Huh?
So, Mr. Chairman, you bring Member Jackson here to mash up the meeting. You just leave it then.
Members, let me move to audit. So, Mr. Hosing, you're saying you'll provide for us.
Take a breath, Provost. Take a breath.
Take a
deep.
Sip. Take a sip. There's a term popular in Jamaica. No one is called jellyback. And what it means is weak. Means spineless. I have the highest regard for Julian Robinson, MP Julian Robinson. I really do. But in this instance, I always say context matters, right? And matters. I have the highest regard for him. But in this instance, jellyback. Jellyback. And you want me to show you why? Jellyback. It make this uncouth, uneducated MP, junior minister, school him. School him. Well, not school him.
She really just call him down.
Intimidate him. Intimidate him. He should have said, listen, first of all, in a meeting in a parliament, you don't speak unless you're given the opportunity to speak. That's where the standing order. It's the chair give you the chance. You don't just, it's not a free for all. So he could have shut her. Here she said, I have a question to ask, and then she start ask the question. He could have shut her down. He could have shut her down. Say, look, based on Rule 40, rule this I want to me I look on now. All of these rules, you shut your shop till end time. Me tell you for open it. He could have done that. He didn't. And then what did he do in the end? He never make Fitzjackson ask the question. Fitzjackson ended up arguing with Hero Clark, the deputy speaker. That Hero Clark said, hey, you bring the money up and mash up the meeting. And there's back and forth. Well, students, open up on the books now. Start right. Start right. It's difficult to watch Kevin because I have so much respect for him, and I thought he would have just said, no. Me around this. Me run this, and you don't come inside here, and him not to go through that. Him just say, on rule such and such, you just quiet, right? Be quiet. All right. We could go to the Parliament's Bible. See it here. This is the Bible in the Parliament. This is their guidance. You them talk about standing orders and points of order and all of that. Right here, this is the basis. Now, I could go to page 8. Well, go on here. Don't try to shut me down, Kevin. All right. I'm not see my market up, you know. I read people. All right, page 8. You see this? It's a page 8, say? The Speaker in the House and the Chairman in committee shall have power to regulate the conduct of business in some matters, in a few matters. No, in all matters not provided for in these standing orders. That's one. Page 8. We could go to page 26 now. We'll get down to, then we can have a conversation. What page that? 25, 26. This is in a debate, but the rules still apply. Committee. It says, a member desiring to speak shall rise in his place, and if called upon, shall address his observations to the Speaker or Chairman. No member shall speak unless called upon by the Speaker or Chairman. No member shall speak unless called upon by the Speaker or Chairman. So when she has a question and she started, him could have just said, look, what I rule here? Him just said to her, because she don't have the book with her now. She don't have the book with her. She not travel with the book. That the book they are kryptonite to her. Him just said 32. Him just said, rule 32, go read it. It said that you cannot speak unless I call upon you. In fact, not just you, none of you can speak unless I call. If you want to speak, you will not speak until I recognize you. You cannot speak until I recognize you. Right? I could go to page 27. This is when you interrupt somebody. It says, if you want to interrupt somebody by rising to a point of order, because I heard Deputy Speaker Hero Clark, the point of order. It says you have to rise and make that. And then the person who's speaking, if somebody's speaking, then resume them seat. And so on and so forth. We can move on. We are getting on to we can go to 40, 30. Now we are getting at the thing now. See it now. 40. Rules for members not speaking. A member present in the House during a debate. Well, this was not debate, but some of these rules apply, debate or not. It said, you shall maintain silence while another member is speaking and shall not interrupt, except in accordance with these standing orders. When it says in accordance with these standing orders, it is saying you can interrupt to say a point of order. You can interrupt. Remember, Mr. Warmington said nobody can interrupt him. Not true. You can interrupt any speaker. You can say, you can stand and say, the speaker will say, the Speaker of the House will say, member such and such, what do you want to say? I rise, then you say, I rise on rule such and such, Speaker. Right? There it is right there. You have to be silent. People, them won't want me in a parliament. Them don't want me in a parliament. And you see, this one shall conduct yourself in a fit and proper manner. I would have beat them street and lane with this rule here. All right, so 41, y'all come up now. Look, you see what it said? Responsibility for order in the House and in committee. It said the Speaker in the House and the Chairman in any committee. See the word any, right? That's all? In any committee shall be responsible for the observance of the rules of order in the House and committee respectively, and their decision upon any point of order shall not be open to appeal and shall not be reviewed by the House except upon a substantive motion made after notice. Chairman Julian Robinson, you had the ultimate right to say, listen, I am going to let member Fitz Jackson speak, and none of you can stop it. You see him bring up the lady, the parliament clerk, and them cower down. That a 41. Then we go to 43. See down? What he could have done, this is what he could have done. It says, order in the House and in committee. It said, the Speaker or Chairman, after having called the attention of the House or of the committee to the conduct of a member who persists in irrelevance or tedious repetition either of his own arguments or the arguments used by the other members in debate, may direct the member to discontinue speech and sit down. And it says the Speaker or Chairman shall order any member whose conduct is grossly disorderly to withdraw immediately. He could have said that to her, but he didn't. So now we could go to 68.
And he had the opportunity just when she said, I will not be a part of.
Yeah.
Hey, listen.
You're right, you not be a part of it. Leave.
Please leave.
Yeah. Well, I could get to 68. 67, 68. So it says here are the committees, and see it right here, the Public Accounts Committee. That's the one that they were just on, right? Then we go to 69, and this is the Public Accounts Committee. These are the things that you're supposed to do. They can drag all kinds of matters before this committee, and they're not doing it. One of them is the report of the Auditor General. We know about that. But look at B. Such other accounts as may be referred to the committee by the House or under any law. I would have found a way for bring it. The other one, the account showing the appropriation of the sums granted by the legislature to meet public expenditure. You know what that is? That's the boss one too, you know. That's the boss one. And look at 2. All accounts and financial statements laid upon the table of the House in respect of statutory boards, public corporations, and public companies. Only to government. In the public companies, the government must have majority shares, and it's automatically referred. Now, 77, you know, we went over 77 already, where the Speaker of the House graciously explained. I could skip that. 77 here. Referral of matters to the Select Committee, where it says a matter may be referred to a Select Committee from the question being put. So you know what happened? You see when that lady was being rude, you know, to them 16 members could have said, no, we disapprove of her behavior and we want it to go before the Ethics Committee. These are things that you can do, but they're not doing it. And I could understand if they say, well, we're doing it, we don't do it for harmony and for collegiality and because we want to get things done. But the JLP is not working with them. The JLP is not working with them. 86. 86 is the one where you can, 86 is the one where, here it is. Here it is. You suspend the rules. 85, here it is. So, with the standing orders, with this book, right? You can suspend the rules, you know. If the rules say you're supposed to do something, you can say, it says, any one or more of these standing orders may, after notice, and the question is notice to whom? Guess it must be the Speaker or the Chairman, or with the leave of the Speaker, be suspended on a motion made by a member at any sitting. So a motion, somebody could have, see them now think. One of the PNP members on that committee, when Fitz Jackson come in, could have got up and could have stood up and said, I want to make a motion to suspend whatever rules they're complaining about. We want to suspend it so that we can hear what Fitz Jackson have to say.
Yeah.
They could have done that.
And that would have quashed all of the argument.
They just stand up and say, Mr. Chairman, I'm standing. I rise on Rule 86 that says that any member on a motion made to the Speaker can have the standing orders suspended. And since they're saying that you can't do this, we're asking that the standing orders be suspended so we can move. They could have done that.
Mm-hmm.
They could have done that. Now, here is something now. We're showing you now. Now, you know, I've taken you through various parts of the standing orders and show you where the chairman has the prerogative to run the meeting basically any way more run it. But we don't mean roughshod it, you know, our railroad people. But he's in charge, right? Somebody could reasonably say, well, you know, the standing orders is silent on whether or not a parliamentarian who's a non-member, who's not a member of a committee, can come into that meeting and ask a question. The chairman has the right to do all of those things, you know, but make us say somebody gets smart and say, well, it doesn't say that. It's silent. Well, when it's silent, what do? This is what you do. See, that matters not provided for by standing orders. It says, in any matter, any means all. In all matters not herein provided for, meaning that any matter that is not provided for in this document, if the document is silent about certain things, it says, resort shall be had to the usage and practice of the Commons House of Parliament of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, which shall be followed as far as the same may be applicable to this house and not inconsistent with these standing orders, nor with the practice of this house. So here's the thing. You remember what the lady said? The lady said, it is convention. She said, I've been here a long time and we've always done it like this. That's a reason to continue doing it. But let's say she didn't say that. Let's say they said, no, it's not written and we don't know anything about this. This 88 says that what do? You look to the British Parliament and see what they're doing, and whatever they're doing, if it's not inconsistent with the standing orders, then you follow it. So if there's no rule saying that the non-member parliamentarian can come into the committee meeting and participate, if there's no rule saying that, and there's no convention, we heard that there's convention, but they said there's no convention, and you see what they say? Not inconsistent with these standing orders now with the practice of the House. It would not be inconsistent with what the lady said if the British Parliament says you can't do it. Now let's go now and see what the British Parliament say. And by the way, Kevin raised a good point today. He said to me and Joan and Oti, he said, well, it shows that we're not independent, because how is it that we have our own parliament and then now we have to go look to another parliament for answer a question that is a vexing question and it's a problematic question for us. Why can't we resolve it on our own? Why we have to go to another parliament? Point well taken. And don't forget, so the queen around, well, the king around things, you know, we have a king of Jamaica. So, but here is where the British, here's what it says right here. We just want to show this one. Big up this from Kevin, so that the people can see this. What the British Parliament do.
Let's do control plus on it.
No, I don't want to touch nothing, you know.
I'm just saying that because I got disconnected from your computer. So
all right. So the problem you have given, sir. Whoa.
No, put the mic over there. Yeah.
Control what?
So just control plus.
Where plus there?
Up on the top.
Me not see it now, brother.
Then beside the zero. You call 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, minus and plus.
Okay. Can't tell some. I don't want to do this, you know.
See it there? Yes. There you go. Yes, man.
All right. You see the question right here.
People, crowd. Listen, in a time like this.
Here to know, can a British parliamentarian attend and ask questions at a committee meeting? At a committee meeting where he's not a member? The answer, it says, Yes, a British member of parliament can attend a committee meeting they are not a member of, but their ability to participate is limited. Here's how it works in the UK parliament. Attendance. Any MP can usually attend most committee sessions, especially if they're held in the public. So then the question that we have to ask is, was this a public session? That's the first question. And we have the answer for that. The answer is 1. Or do you say 1? Let me pull up one. Pull up one. Okay?
Yes,
question
people.
Is
yes,
this?
People. It's true. So you're getting applause? Yes. You're getting all kind of accolades. Well done. Well done.
All right. Here's the answer.
All right, thank you. I'm told in the audience, we normally are used to seeing younger persons, students, but I'm told this is the RSVP Club, which is an exclusive social organization comprising of returning residents from the UK, the US, and Canada. Well, let me thank you and welcome you to Jamaica. And I know you will continue to support your nation as you always do. The meeting here this morning is the Public Accounts Committee, and we are examining our report from the Auditor General on the University Hospital of the West Indies.
So, from that, we gather it is a public meeting. Now, let's go back to the British Parliament. It says, any MP can usually attend most committee sessions, especially if they are held in public. Now, look at what it says about speaking or asking questions. An MP cannot automatically ask questions or participate. However, the committee chair, Mr. Julian Robinson, may invite or allow them to speak. Without that permission, they are there strictly as an observer. And then it says private sessions. If it's private sessions, they can't do it. So that's why we have to show you that it's a public session. So why didn't Mr. Robinson say, all right, you know what, since your claim to me can't do it and whatnot, the standing orders, it doesn't specifically say it, even though it gives me the power to run the meeting. Here's what we are going to know. We could go to the British Parliament and see how them do it, because that is what this says. Hold on, let me remove this. That is what this says. So we have to go to England if we want to find out the reason. See there? So, people, tell me now, how did this happen? Remember now, these people are parliamentarians, they're being paid to do their work. And the one book that they should be very familiar with is the standing orders. That is the guide. That is the guide. So tell me, how is it possible that Deputy Speaker and Junior Minister shut down the committee chair and an MP? How? That's why I implore all of you. I continue to beg all of you. I beseech all of you to read the standing orders. To read the standing orders. Somebody, God is in control, say, Big Bully Rattigan, you don't live in Jamaica. If it was PNP in power, you would have said otherwise. What a way you are stressed out over Jamaica standing order. I find something to do. God is going. Okay. All right, thanks. You leaving? Good. All right. Good riddance. You see, that is the argument they come with, That is the argument they come with. And if you notice, him said the PNP was in power, and if you notice who me are direct my comments to. It's not the JLP. It's not. So you understand when some people deficient that you have to ignore them. We're not going to even remove the person. Let them stay.
No,
right?
they need to be here. They need to be here.
Them need to get the teaching. What we're doing, we're not focused on the government. No. We have said the opposition is supposed to be doing these things to take control of the meeting. And we have seen a pattern and practice of the speaker run all over people. Oh, Kevin, you know it just dawned upon me, Joanna
Marie.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So you're gonna try to bring her on?
Yeah.
All right. So let me ask this question. All right. Let me try to get her. And the question for the raffle, by the way. So remember, 1 ticket to the pen relays. Here's the question. Name 2 reasons. Give 2 reasons. And it's the first person that put the response in the chat. So make sure that your thing is live right now so that you can be up to date. 2 reasons not to attend the Diaspora conference. First person to respond, you'll get 1 bus pass to attend the pen relays. You have to buy your own ticket to enter the stadium, but your transportation, 1 ticket, 1 person. And you'd have to be leaving from one of the 2 bus pickup points in New York. All right. So again, the raffle is 2 reasons not to attend the Diaspora conference. Unstoppable Josh say cost and purpose. Okay. But let me ask you this, Unstoppable Josh. You intend to go to the pen relays? And are you able to leave from Elmont or Bronx, any of those pickup places? And could you be a little bit more specific about your cost and purpose? Also, and let me take this opportunity while the provost is getting Joanna Marie connected. Coming up right after the broadcast, 8 o'clock, yours truly with the Saturday Stew. And tonight, you know, I never know what exactly is going to be in the musical stew for the night, but primarily it will be Reggae Global artists. And there'll be a little bit of Ernie Smith sprinkled in there, not a whole lot. Next week, the provost will be doing a whole tribute to Ernie Smith, along with his good friend Leighton Pluto Shervington. So you can prepare for that. But there'll be sprinklings of Ernie in tonight because Ernie, little known fact, was managed by the global base or managed through the global base. So yes, his management team for the past few years did include the likes of Miss Joanna Marie and Mr. Ed Robinson. Oh, sorry. Mrs. Joanna Marie Robinson and Mr. Ed Robinson and other members of the organization like yours truly, who has played for him on a number of occasions, on a couple of occasions. So a couple of Ernie's music in that. And then after I do my little bit from 8 until 10, the Rebel rolls in so that you get to relax with him. And tonight will be relaxing. Unless something changes. Tonight will be relaxing. The provost is adamant that nothing will be changing. Hotel cost, and this is a government function. So that's your cost and purpose. Okay. Unstoppable fire. So management, true management, production team. He was the first to give, Unstoppable Josh was the first to give a response and elaborated on it. Does that qualify for the one ticket? And again, so you plan to go, Unstoppable Josh? Don't let us give away a free ticket and you don't plan to use it, you know. But again, it's just the one bus ticket. Eugene Brown, is Global Radio down? I do not believe so. I could tell you real quick. Are you saying you're not getting any feed on Reggae Global Radio, Eugene Brown? Provost, how is it going with getting Miss Joanna Marie online?
Yeah, she's coming on now.
Okay, perfect. And you sent her the link?
Mm-hmm.
Well done. People, let me tell you, provosts are going good, you know. Provosts are going good.
After years.
What did the producers say? The producers say, oh, I don't get the answer from the producer yet.
We have a lady here, Gazeta. Actually, let me show you. It's Gazeta. Reach out to OT and we'll talk. We'll talk soon. All right. While we're waiting on Joanna Marie to come on, let me go.
Montego Bay is not a safe place.
Oh, let me just show this video while we wait for Joanna Marie to come. All right, folks, listen to this.
So,
you take down that, Kev?
Oh, there it goes.
All right, I'm gonna put this on. When Bert reads, can you invite Philip Paul and Julie Robinson at your Wednesday so we can ask both of them a question, please? All right, OT will take care of that when Bert. All right.
This week, we have with us a minister with responsibility for efficiency, innovation, and digital transformation, Ambassador Audrey Marks. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Cliff. How are you?
I'm good, and you?
I am well, thank you.
First thing, tell us what your ministry is about. What is the mandate? It's a new ministry, yes? Tell us what is the mandate, what is it here to deliver?
So we went through a period where our focus was on stabilization. It was all about getting our fiscal house in order. That involved quite a bit of contraction of the economy in terms of just making sure we get out of the debt trap we were in and the cycle that we were in at the time. So we did that for just about 8 years. And you'll recall back in November 2024, the Prime Minister stated it's now time to pivot to growth. An essential part of our growth agenda is to modernize the public sector. You'd have heard the PM speak about Aspire, and within this Aspire, the SPEED program. And that involves cutting bureaucracy, using technology to drive growth. So essentially, my job is to work across the government to increase efficiencies in the government and use technology to do so, and in so doing also promote innovation. And I do feel, especially privileged to be given this opportunity coming from the private sector, where I had a lot of battles to get this sort of support from the government for private sector innovation. So it's really a joy to be put in a position where I can be almost a private sector advocate in the government to create a platform that will help drive growth and innovation in the country.
That's a big, big job. The Jamaican public sector.
Let me stop it right there, because we're joined now by the small boss, the big boss, the real boss. But let me just say something here. You hear what she said? She said, remember in 2024, the Prime Minister pivoted to growth, right? Economic growth. People, there's no shortage of ignorance in this administration. No shortage of it. This lady was the Jamaican ambassador to the United States, and she failed miserably. Another square peg that they're trying to fit in a round hole. I'm going to read you something. You hear what she said? 2024 and pivot to growth. It says, here it is. We will reform government and establish a Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. The new ministry will ensure that investments are rapidly facilitated to avoid government obstacles and duplication or working at cross purposes. This ministry will cultivate public-private partnerships to bring economic opportunities to life in the shortest possible time. It will ensure the coordination of resources to minimize red tape and maximize efficiencies. You know when this was written? People, do you know when this was written? Remember what she said, the Prime Minister pivoted to growth, economic growth in 2024. This was written in 2015, 2016. This was the JLP's 2016 manifesto. And that election was, I think, was in February. So you have to assume that this was written sometime in 2015. But let's say it was written in 2016. 2016, they created a ministry. And guess what? In the same document, what did the Prime Minister say? I'll show you when. I'm going to read you what he said about creating new ministries, right? There he's talking about Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. And he said, there was something else here he said. Give me 1 second. Let me find it. He said, oh, okay, here it is. Listen to this. In 2016, he said, the JLP is of the view that there needs to be a reduction in the number of ministries and a more appropriate allocation of responsibilities if we are to avoid overlapping and cumbersome bureaucracy. Now, if you have a Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and now you go create this ministry and we call efficiency and digital transformation, and it is going to get rid of red tape, then that is a redundancy. That is a redundancy. And he said, we're not going to create any more ministries. And in the same document, he created the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. The same document that he said, we are not going to create any ministry. He said, we are creating the ministry. People, come on. And then don't forget the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Reform, or whatever they call it. Former Minister Malahoo for it. Remember that. And you're right, Prime Care, ex-Prime Care, what you said, a private sector advocate in the government. People, I wonder if, I know I'm not the only one following this. Can't be. So then the question I have to ask is, where is the opposition? Yes, we are opposition. All of us. Opposition in the sense that we're to hold government accountable, so that it will act in the best interest of the public. Yes, we're opposition in that respect. But then you have elected opposition. And then the question is, the questions I'm raising, why is it that we don't hear them being raised? Not only that, again, I go back to ask, how many parliamentarians are filing ATI requests? How many? How many?
Well, I guess they have all the information, so they don't need to file it.
Well, if you have the information, then why don't you come out and talk about it then and educate the Jamaican people if you know?
No, that is the question.
Yeah, if you know, that's what you're supposed to do. So,
where you going?
Big boss, come back on.
There she is.
Yeah, let me add her to the stage. She has chosen to address us with our photograph off, and I mean just her photo, and we appreciate that, because we know that if she could join us, she would. So the moment that you see just the picture, it means that, you know, she's doing something, but she's taking time out of her busy schedule to address us. Big boss, can you hear us?
You need to unmute though. There she is.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Loud and clear, like we couldn't before, but no, we can. How are you?
Thank you, sir. I am as best as I can be today.
Yeah.
I chose not to be on camera, and it's not because I'm busy, but this has been a very rough week, and or rather, should I say, the past 2 days.
Yes.
And this is being the third day, so
yeah.
You know, I don't want to start crying on camera, because that's not a good thing.
All right. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. And again, condolences on our loss. You know.
Definitely.
Yeah. We'll get to that, because there's some questions I want to ask you. But folks, the big boss is with us today, and she's always with us, because on the programs, you know, she monitors. She actually said to me sometimes, "You don't know I'm watching you. I'm there. I'm watching you."
Listen, I can tell you this, Bill. Prior to me having words with Joanna Marie for the first time,
yeah,
she paid attention to who it was that was going to have words with her.
But folks, here's what happened. I reached out to the boss last week to find out, I forgot what it was. There's something about the program, if she had watched, and the number of people who watched the program last week, Saturday. And she told me that it was 20, how many thousand people watched the Saturday program, the Saturday night program, the one that began at 8 and ended at 1.
Well, that was just on the radio side. The overall numbers are different, remember?
Right.
Right. So that you're talking about the actual YouTube video. That was 20 odd, but I'm talking about what is recording on our end.
You might think it's 23 or 24. What? 20 what?
Thousand.
Okay, people need to hear that. And for the reason why we need to hear that, we were asking for funding to help a friend, a family member, not all of us, family member in the diaspora, feeling the pinch, and we were asking for a contribution, $1, $5, $10, whatever you could afford. We asked last week, and we're asking again this week for the same person. Today is the last day we're going to ask, but we're asking you please to make a contribution. So that's why I called to ask to see how many people called, because I was trying to find out how much money was actually donated to see if it's a reflection of the number of people. Well, either way, positive or negative. And
right. So last week, you know, you had over, when I'm looking at the actual YouTube video, we're looking at well over, 22,600. And that doesn't include the radio side, as I was stating, which is some astronomical numbers on our radio from 3 o'clock, and it fluctuates from 3 to 8 o'clock when you get off. So
Well,
when you go
actually,
ahead.
the numbers you sent me, the numbers actually stay steady until around 1 o'clock in the morning, 12 or 1 o'clock. Then, and as you explained to me, when you don't have a live person on, that's when the numbers kind of dwindle.
Right, that's when they dwindle down. Exactly. And of course, you know, when you go on at 3 o'clock, you're looking at about 165,000.
All
Then it
right.
goes, then it goes.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Hello, wait, let me get the fan and cool him down there, Kevin. Hold on.
I'm right
Let
next
me
to me.
get the fan there. Let me get the fan there.
Right beside him.
Kevin know the fan, and then when I see me leave, and the fan me turn on or direct it
So
my
so
face.
so let me just do this because you know I don't want to get him too excited, but let's go with the reality, right? So we started at 165, 769 at 3. Then it at 4 o'clock it went up to 174,322. Then it fluctuates at 5 o'clock. It goes down a little bit to 164, but by let me tell you, you say by 7 o'clock, it rises up again. And it does fluctuate because remember, people are doing different things. And if they log off of the app or whatever it is, then you know what do we do? We can't do anything about that. Things happen. But the reality of it that I would like to say at 8 o'clock to give my Kevin some little, some little vibes here. At 8 o'clock, it jump up to 203,000. Then no, when Rattigan comes on at 10 o'clock, he's almost at 300,000, 299. So you know something, guys? I mean, to be very honest, we have to give a round of applause. And if somebody to we have to the Rattigan and Kevin Stew crew, because between those hours are when Saturday comes alive on our station. So I don't want to burst anybody else's bubble. I don't want to get no cussing and emails and things. I'm gonna recognize them, but you guys have done an astronomical um contribution to Reggae Global Radio, and I have to commend you both. And also, we could not have this possible. It would not be possible without the listeners. And I said that on many interviews this week that without you all, this wouldn't come to manifest, right? So we just need to make sure that you all know how grateful we are here. And when I had to twist Rattigan's arm to come and do a show, you notice him head drop now. When I had to twist his arm to do a show, don't worry, Rattigan, I won't talk about the single that we're doing together that we're supposed to voice. I won't talk about that today. But I will say that Rattigan, no, on a serious note though, Rattigan, I'm so proud of you. From when we sat down talking about this next, step in your life, this new venture, and it was such a, you were like, nah, I'm not sure, I'm shy, I don't know if I can do it. But yet, people, this man sing like Dennis Brown, so I don't know who is shy. Him sing like Dennis Brown. Wait till you realize. But honestly though, Rattigan, putting fun and joke aside, I am very proud of you. I'm proud of the depth of your preparation for this show. I don't think people really understand and realize what it takes to really produce a show of this magnitude. And yes, you have a team, but at the end of the day, this is all your thought process from the beginning of doing a show. So whatever you decide that you want to do, then you give it to the production team to really put the pieces of the puzzle together to do the presentation. But I know it does take a lot of brain power, and with everything else that we go through in life on a daily basis, I am very, very proud of you. I say it with tears in my eyes because I'm a cry baby, as Kevin knows. So I really am proud of you, and everybody needs to really commend you for your dedication, your hard work to wanting to bring all of this information to our people, because there are a lot of people that are ignorant to this situation that's happening. And again, I just want to commend you.
You know what? Let me just say this, that yes, she's absolutely correct. There were times when we had heart to heart talk, and I said to her, I don't think I'm cut out for this, and especially when I started having technical difficulties, and Kevin was always there, and I said, no man, you can't handle this. And I said, Kevin, no, I don't think I can handle this. And then I on several occasions I've said to Joanna Marie, boss, I think me just give this a walk, and I'm just gonna allow it.
That's
But you know
true.
what, people? You know what? I've always things happen for a reason, because remember, I actually was in Jamaica trying to get radio time, and I got a lot of promises, but it didn't work out. People just didn't follow through. And I remember I was sitting on with Joanna Marie, and I was saying, yeah, I was in Jamaica and I tried to get radio time. And she said, and what happened? I said, I'm not hearing nothing. I can't, they haven't come. And she said, you crazy. She said, you're a madman. We have a station here. Why you just never? And I said, I wasn't even thinking about it, and that's how it started. But here's the thing that I thought about: what would have happened if they had put me on the radio in Jamaica? And the radio station they were thinking about putting me on was the one up at 93 something FM, the one up at the
UA.
Yeah, that's the one. What would have happened? What would have happened? Would I have been better? Would I have been worse? Would I have been the same? Would I have been cancelled? I don't know what.
No, sir, you would have get cancelled and put down and done. And that would have happened. They would shut you off. They would protest. They would protest to shut you off. And guess what? This is your home.
Right.
This is your home, Rattigan. This is your home. It was meant to be. This marriage was meant to be.
I don't know. I remember. You remember when I was down here and I was in the studio with you, and Kevin come. That's the first time I met Kevin. And you said, Kevin, load up the stuff on my own or the computer so I could use. Yeah. And Kevin, I looked for me like Kevin. I said, I don't know if this is gonna work out.
No, I think Kevin thought to himself, hold on then, but this is a liar. When know about radio? When know about what technicality?
Kevin heard the trepidation in my.
He sure did.
But you like me, I said, boy, I'm not really knowing, and home you go do this, and and because I said, Kevin, I type and him, I look up like him, I say,
I want to tell you, I think when Kevin get home, Kevin said, that's Kevin's thing when he's not sure about something. But I will say, don't cut me. Listen carefully. I will say that Kevin knew that you were something special. Kevin knew that this was something that he wanted to also be a part of. And I will say this, Kevin supported this venture 150%. Kevin knew that you meant a lot to me too. And I think that was very important, that I believed in you. Kevin, am I right or wrong?
Facts, no lies detected.
Yes. I mean, you mean a lot to me, Rattigan, and it was destined to happen. That's just it. So hey, here we are.
You know what, boss? It's like when I would say what would have happened, I wonder what would have happened. It's like I asked a question this week. I think it was on the Wednesday night program. Maybe, I think it was Wednesday night. And it generated a lot of excitement because I asked, first of all, who do you think would be is worse for the country? Is it the Prime Minister? Don't get involved, Big Boss, because we'll get to the other reason why you're here. But I'm just sharing some thoughts with the audience. We're saying who would be better off? Who would be worse? Who's worse for Jamaica, the Prime Minister or his wife? And then we ask another question. Is it the system or is it the Prime Minister? Meaning, if you had put somebody else beside the Prime Minister into that role, would the same things have happened as a result of the system? Or is the Prime Minister the reason why these things are happening? And a lot of people say, the system has something to do with it, but a lot of them say, no, him, and it's so in the same vein, I'm thinking, what would have happened if I had gotten that slot on the radio station in Jamaica I often think about it, but the thought doesn't stay with me long. Because I look and say, you know what? I am where I'm supposed to be, and I enjoy doing what I'm doing. And so when you gave me the numbers this week, when you gave me the numbers, I was shocked because people, think about it. 200,000 people. We're not talking YouTube now, we're talking Reggae Global, radio, and the TV. Actually, the boss says that this is just on the radio side. At one of the things she's talking about, one of the numbers, she says just the radio side. But just think about it. Even if you combine radio and TV, and you have 200,000 people worldwide tuning in and listening to you, that's a hell of a lot of people. So when you see the YouTube number and you see 11,000, 12,000, or whatever, no, I don't pay much attention to it, because here's why. A lot of people listening on the radio side. And that's why when people said to me, hey, we hear, we come from Portmore and we listen to you, or we come from Fletcher's Land and we listen to you, or we come from, all of these other places. I said, but the YouTube analytics now reflect that all of them, all of these devices out there that reflect a finite number. But then when you come and you say, no, that's YouTube. Reggae Global is a completely different kettle of fish. You have a lot of people listening to you worldwide. Man, it make me. And Kevin, I don't know, slouch neither, because like you said, when you look at the numbers between 8 and 10, they're up in the 200s.
Kevin are the boss, say Kevin are the boss. Oh, by the way, can I speak now?
Sorry.
I'm just asking if I can speak now. I'm just asking.
We have 12 minutes. We have 11 minutes, because Kevin we have to leave a minute before. So yes, you can go ahead, please.
Okay, so just know, and I don't know how much people know, probably not that much when it comes to Kevin. Kevin has been in my life for years and years and years. I can't count, right? But I will say this. Kevin is like that diamond in a rough, I don't think a lot of people really realize the strength and the power that Kevin has as a DJ, as a musical encyclopedia. Kevin has qualities about him that doesn't showcase here. This is just an added right, Kevin? An added thing here about Kevin. Kevin is very, very special, guys, and I just want you all to really commend him, because he's like one of them little IT genius. Don't make him fool you with the little pretty smile and the little face where him have, and right, Rattigan, him have so much talent.
Let me just say one quick comment. What Kevin said to me sometimes when we have difficulty, you might afraid. Let me say, and that's why I name when I name.
Yes, that's his thing. That's why I'm saying every time something difficult, it's true. Every time something difficult come up and we're trying to multitask, and Kevin can give me my little props to come. I'm not so bad. I'm not so rusty when it comes to learning the back office and learning these things. Because you know what, I make what I really try to do, Rattigan, and I think you are getting to that point too, because we all had to start somewhere, right? And even when we didn't even know the technical side of things. And I'm proud to say, when I started this station, I actually started it on my own. Kevin, you can contest to that. And of course, me had to know, say, oh Lord, I'm gonna need Kevin now. So, to do the more technical stuff. But, I think as a team, we just complement each other, and that's the bond that we have. Like, it's ridiculous. And guys, this also includes Rattigan, by the way, because when I have a legal issue and anything to do with whatever it is, it's all part of business, all part of the industry that we're in. Rattigan is the big brother now for coming in and saying, no, sir, I know, so it's supposed to go, So he keeps us in line. And I think together we just create that dynamic of a team that cannot be replaced.
All right. Now, on a different note, a somber note, we lost a dear friend, an icon, for some people a relative, this week, and I know it hit you very hard because you had written to me about his medical condition and what they were planning to do. And then about 3 hours later, you wrote me back and you said, he's gone.
Yeah.
Do you care to, without crying, do you care to share some of the happier moments that you had with this person?
Yes, I can.
She can't do it
So,
without
I'm not lying to you guys, this has been definitely one of the roughest times of my life. And that's because, we bury our parents, and our parents are our parents, we feel it, right? But here's the thing with Ernie Smith, the legendary Ernie Smith. Ernie has been in my life from 1985 when I had entered Miss Jamaica Miami. And there I made the finals, and there was a performance that we had to do as one of the competition's requirements. And I chose Ernie to back me up on guitar. And he did a great job. And so the relationship is it's not just an artist or a manager. Ernie has been my mentor, a father figure, a protector, you name it. Ernie has been that to me. So this has been very difficult to actually be at the hospital where we were on Thursday night when we went there to support his wife because he was undergoing another procedure, only to find out at 7:52 p.m. the doctor came and said, "Listen, I'm sorry, but we're trying to revive him, and his heart keeps starting and stopping. So you need to go say your goodbyes." I think it was the hardest thing, Rattigan, that I've ever had to endure. And Ed and I, being just there alone with her was just the most difficult moment. And, I feel it for Ed too, because Ed walked in at that moment when they were still pumping his chest to try to keep him alive. And I think that Ed said can never get that scene out of his memory, probably for a long, long time, maybe for the rest of his life. And he came and said to me, "My friend is gone. I watched my friend go." So, I had to talk about that first, Rattigan, because that moment was what made me realize how honored and how blessed I am to really have had the pleasure to be with Rattigan,
Ernie.
no, to be with Ernie. Sorry, to be to be with Ernie. Be quiet, Rattigan. Be quiet. Yeah, help me. Yeah, help me from crying. So that's good. But to actually see Ernie go through that, and I went in there after, and I'm telling you, it just, oh my Lord, I can't even find the words right now, guys. We lost a very, very important person. That's all I can say. An extraordinary man, very talented, a prolific writer. I mean, he was just everything. And, we have to celebrate his life now. We have to, in fine style.
Definitely. And somebody put in the chat that didn't know he played guitar. Let me blow your
You,
mind a little bit more. He has a whole country album
Yep.
that he
yeah,
did mainly on guitar.
yeah, yeah. He played the guitar, he played the piano, he played the harmonica. Ernie was a very talented person, very, very talented man. And some people don't even know that one of his songs, the first song he wrote, "Tears on My Pillow," "I Can't Take It," was actually a remake. Um, um, oh Lord, what's his name again, Kevin? The who did over his song? Oh, juice. Guess what? I got like a brain freeze right now.
R&B.
Yes, that
Yeah.
did over "Tears on My Pillow." He redid Ernie's song just to show you how huge Ernie was. And you look at Ernie, he's so simple because he's so humble. He's a humble soul. He will go places, and as soon as he starts singing, can't finish the tune good, or start the song rather, before everybody reel up, and then it's just everywhere he performed was just dynamic. and I can't tell you. I can't tell you the words to describe him, but all I know is that it's a great loss. The kind of support, overwhelming of condolences and support. He trust me. Yesterday, trust me, he was trending on Google. And he deserves that, of course, and more. So I just want to say condolences to his family. That we're now in the process of planning his funeral. And condolences to all the fans and all the people and close friends that really, really know him and love him. And Rattigan, you were his lawyer, and trust me, he adored you as well. And you were there to make sure that things were taken care of. And I really, really appreciate you and everybody else that has really loved Ernie.
I haven't been able to call Claudette because I know she wouldn't be able to get much through a sentence, yet alone answer a phone call. So
Yeah, it's been rough, and I have been getting a lot of calls, a lot too. So some of the calls she has been kind of diverting, and just trying to make sure that she can rest too, because it's a lot. It's a lot. People are calling from all over the world. It's not just Jamaica, and of course, I just want to also big up the team in Jamaica, the government in Jamaica, because they have also recognized him. And it without having to say names, I just want to big up everybody, because there's a lot of people, and I don't want to start calling names, because when you forget somebody, then of course people exactly. So it's just so, and also the music fraternity has come out in numbers, and what I love about this, Kevin and Will, that people are sharing their moments with him, their special moments that they had with him. And I think this is so important, because sometimes we leave out those people, because they're not, not because they're not in the industry and they're not a public figure, means we shouldn't, we shouldn't just leave them out. So I just want to say again, thank you to everybody for your love and support for my artist, my Ernie. Him is my Ernie. Me I say he's my Ernie, and I will share him with you all.
All right. Big boss, listen. We catch you in the chat.
Thank you.
Well, I know you're going on Kevin's program, but stick around for mine tonight. We're playing straight ahead jazz and some bossa nova and some big band.
Wow.
We to play on a Sunday in Jamaica, Sunday evening. You're going to love it, people. All right. So listen.
1 second there. Just to give you the right name, it was Johnny Nash that took
Johnny Nash. Okay.
Ernie's song and did a remake of it.
Okay.
Tears on My Pillow. Okay. And Rattigan, me listen to your show every night, not because I'm not in the chat room, sir. Please make sure you correct that. Even if I have you under my pillow, may I listen?
all right, I gotta go before the shot boss kick me off of my own broadcast. People,
bye guys.
Right now.
Adios.
Think them up the handle, but the most I room. They better stop criticizing. Cause what them I do not face them. You know them